tutti, vi prego di accomodarvi, tenete pure accesi i cellulari, abbiate solo l'accortezza di abbassare le suonerie per il quieto vivere, c'è anche lo streaming. Innanzitutto buongiorno, sono Davide Pogliani di Rocol e per me è un piacere, è un onore introdurvi al primo convegno internazionale sul secondary ticketing. Siete più o meno tutti ai lavori, quindi dovreste sapere cos'è. Lo sappiamo tutti da un po' di tempo, negli ultimi mesi se ne sono accorti tutti. Questo è il primo tavolo internazionale, il primo convegno al riguardo, mai realizzato, ha un preciso scopo. Questo incontro, che è quello di stilare un codice etico, un codice etico che è già stilato, è di creare un osservatorio permanente sul secondary ticketing. Questo è un convegno fortemente voluto, organizzato, se siamo qua lo dobbiamo a lui, a Claudio Torta, Barley Arts, uno dei più grandi promoter, uno dei promoter storici della realtà italiana. Perché è importante essere qua? È importante perché comunque bisogna affrontare un problema, bisogna essere onesti innanzitutto con se stessi nell'affrontarlo, e la cosa più importante è che qua oggi ci sono tutti, c'è tutta la filiera della musica dal vivo. Produttori, società di ticketing, manager, chiunque. Ma soprattutto è importante, ed è per questo che iniziamo proprio con lui, che anche le istituzioni.
Institutions, because they realize that there is a problem. That is why today in Milan we would like to open this conference called Banning Secondary Ticketing from the Consumer to Banning Secondary Ticketing, and we are presenting Mr. Del Corno. Thank you and good morning. I take my institutional greetings, which are not formal. Milan has endorsed this conference because we are well aware of the importance of this subject. This subject is important at international level, and we can see it from the participant here in the conference. Moreover, in this city, we would like to create something that can affect the culture of our country and also have a wider perspective on culture and entertainment worldwide. So I would like to thank the organizers who promoted this meeting. So I would like to thank Claudio Trotta. Beside the technical aspects that are crucial, of course, and that will be dealt with today, however, it is important to keep in mind also cultural policies related to secondary ticketing. In fact, this phenomenon is the main barrier to access live entertainment and culture. In other words, the increase in the price of tickets led to the phenomenon that we are going to present today. Basically, it creates a barrier to the access of attending a moment of culture that is a live show that should be accessible and sustainable at the same time. This is our North Star that should guide us. In fact, when secondary ticketing increase unlawfully the price of ticket is not just a scam that is a criminal offense, of course, but it also contradicts one of the main rights, that is access to culture. It should be guaranteed and should be kept sustainable, also at economic level. So the enterprise risk is taken by the organizer of any gig or any live show. However, they should balance this with the economic sustainability of the event with the principle of accessibility. It's important to mention the pact. Without referring to juridical action, it is, however, important that the entertainment industry agreed, make a pact on this topic. I remind you that in October 2015, by initiative of the municipality of Milan, we signed an agreement with many institutions, association of professions, and other entities in our countries. It was a formal and official agreement that had significant and relevant consequences from cultural and also institutional point of view. It's important, therefore, to keep on using this logic and this practice. Agreements and codes of ethics should be effective, and this is due to the participation and signature of the different association category. We don't want to divide the field between competitors. We want to create an harmonic action, a concerted negotiation to be able to organize gigs and live shows, always with an eye to the economic sustainability and the accessibility for all. I thank you for your attention and I wish you good proceedings. I don't want to take any more time. And in the afternoon, there will be another representative of the institutions, Mr. Majorino, who will deal with the topics that we are dealing with today in a more tangible and precise way. Thank you. Thank you. We were mentioning the host for today, who drafted a very dense program. So we are starting this morning until 1:30 with the main players of the entertainment industry. From 1:30 to 2:30 there will be a buffet lunch. And in the second part of the day, starting from 2:30 p.m., there will be a round table here with the participation of the main players and the professionals of the industry. And everybody who has a clear vision of this problem. We are going to discuss together with Mr. Palasabio, Mr. Sergio Battelli, Massimo Cotto, Luca De Gennaro, the radio speaker of Radio Capital and head of VH1 Italy and Viacom, Vincenzo Spera, promoter and president of Asso Musica, Ms. Anna Maria Stein, expert in antitrust and competition matters, Nicoletta Rizzato, president of Agis, Francesco Majorino, the city council of the municipality of Milan, and Stefano Boeri. So I would like to leave the floor to the person who started the fight against secondary ticketing. It was April last year, and we started the pre-sale of the Bruce Springsteen concert for the summer. On secondary ticketing, we finished all the tickets, and Claudio Trotta presented a claim. Mr. Claudio Trotta. Good morning. Just a few things today. I've got a Bordeaux shirt, pretend it's purple. When does a person goes on stage with a purple short? This is a popular bias, the same as it is a bias that we cannot fight secondary ticketing or we cannot fight organized crime. This is just a bias. That's what I mean. This is the second conference worldwide on secondary ticketing, and we should be proud of it. In this meeting, we combine all the players from the artists to the fans, all the people registered in a form to be able to be here today. And it's not by chance that you all have a seat, that you all gave your name to be able to sit here today. What is secondary ticketing? Let's imagine that the main shoes manufacturers starting to sell in the primary distribution channel a certain product at a certain price. Then he would like to take aside a certain amount of shoes, so the shoes are finished on the market, and suddenly they appear on portals of e-commerce at dynamic prices. What do I mean? Dynamic. I mean increasing, inflated prices, because prices always go up and never down. What would you think about something like that? This is what happens. This is secondary ticketing. It's been a few years, maybe too many years, that one player, Live Nation, a multinational company that has created a legal network of professionals, including all players of the music industry, from artists and managers and producers, promoters, festival organizers, merchandising companies, including the fans databases. This is a shame because this company owns all the databases, including all the fans' names. So think of what's happening with the pre sale of the different artists. Governments have promoted the growth of this chain, and they made an agreement with Ticketmaster to sell tickets for musicals and football matches and gigs and live shows, everything that is available. Since July, August, they got to the Italian market, and they have at least 5 portals where secondary ticketing is performed. And this is not what I said. This is what website says because this is a Ticketmaster company. What does this company do? It has been clear that this company sells tickets on these portals too. We are not fighting Live Nations because there are more companies acting in this way. We want to fight against those who speculate and exploit this system. These portals are for reselling, are used also by people who cannot attend a gig anymore, but that cannot be turned into a business because there are people working on stage, there is security, there are music professionals that are paid according to the price of the ticket. If a third party exploit and speculate on the price of the ticket, well, that's not fair. It's not a matter of the fans that are ripped off. It's just a matter to fight for our future, for future artists and light designer and sound designers and different professionals and future music fans, our children, our grandchildren. This is why we have to fight this practice. If we keep on allowing this dirty speculation, we are all going to be accomplices and responsible. And we're all going to be responsible for damaging the economy and the life of our children and grandchildren. Clearly, this is a damaging practice because if you spend €1,000 to go to a Bruce Springsteen gig instead of €50, how can you spend €50 for Jackson Brown, that is an artist, although it doesn't fill the venues as much as Bruce Springsteen? There's a simple way to fight this practice. We are creating a permanent observatory. We are creating a website, a music telephone number, like a toll-free number that should ring and sound as best as it can. Thank you.
We were saying that not being aware means that we're all accomplices and all responsible for this problem. And the first step of this chain, of course, are the artists. We're used to think of them up on their ivory tower. They're artists and that's all they do. But that's not true. I'm happy to have here 5 artists that are very popular here. They're Piero Pelù, Levante, Ron, Federico Zampaglione, e Manuel Agnelli. They sent us a video where they tell us about their opinion on this phenomenon of secondary ticketing. Hello. Today we're talking about secondary ticketing, which is online scamming. This is a phenomenon that came to light because of Claudio Trotta and his commitment, and a lot of other players who want for music to be something that is transparent and that it's in service and to the service of the people for their pleasure and enjoyment, for culture and to spread ideas. So we are fighting for clarity and to ban secondary ticketing because there's a whole secondary market that we don't know about and that can only do damage. Thank you, Claudia, and thank you all. We're talking about secondary ticketing, which is online touting. This is a scandal, and it's embarrassing for a number of operators and artists who've always worked honestly. We would like for music to be something that is transparent, and it needs to be in service of the people. Music is pure, and what's backstage needs to be transparent. So we're fighting for clarity and to ban secondary ticketing because it really can damage the industry. I was asked to tell you what I think about secondary ticketing. Well, I think it's a scandal, of course. This is unlawful, and it's damaging not only to the fans, to the artists, it's damaging to the music, but it's also speculation on the feelings and the passions of the people in an industry where we've seen crisis before because of a number of problems, a lack of professionalism, a lack of access. There's access to all contents online, and that's for free. So we think of shows as the last effort that we can make to actually witness music. But we see these tickets that are sold for very high prices, and people may think that they don't have access to the tickets because they got there late and they were sold out before. And so they're willing to pay an arm and a leg for such tickets just in order to see their favorite artists. I'm happy that such a shame has been publicly exposed because this is something that we need to be aware of, that something like this was happening in the industry. So, of course, I support, and my sympathy goes out to those who are fighting this fight in order to stop this ugliness of the music industry. I'm very angry to think that the work we've done in such a difficult time to show the public and tell them that it's right to pay for a ticket and it's right to pay for music because we produce quality results, and this would allow us to continue producing music. It makes me really angry to think that this work was in vain because of a number of speculators that are gaining on this matter. I have to say that we need to think about people who are willing to pay these very high prices for tickets to see a concert because they just want to. Because this speculation can really sprout in this field and in this current climate. So we would need to stand against paying such high prices for tickets. As you can see, there's an artist who couldn't send us a video. He sent us a message, which is very important. Maybe this, even more specifically, goes to the point. It's Niccolo Fabi, and he writes, I don't think that artists can continue to not be aware of this. Just calling it a scandal, this is an alibi. People are very enthusiastic and passionate about our artists, but they're scammed because of that. We need to all share this love that gives us money to pay for everything. Those are very significant words, and they're really appropriate for today's agenda, especially for this morning's agenda. A few months ago, when the scandal came to light, there was a press conference where the manager of a very important Italian artist, maybe one of the main ones in Italy, took part, and he said that he was very angry about this matter. And if you look at the screen, you'll see how much tickets are on secondary ticketing websites, and maybe that tells you that he's still angry. He's Claudio Maioli, who's the manager of Ligabue. Good morning, everyone. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Claudio. We've been talking for a while. Because of the agency that I work with, FP, we've been working with them for a long time. We presented complaints. We didn't do what Claudio did, but we tried to raise awareness, and we're still trying to do that. Let me go back in time a little bit, and I'm just improvising here. In 2009, we saw that there was something going on. There were tickets where websites where tickets were sold at higher prices. That was 2009, which is 8 years ago. We started on our websites with Ligabue and on the website of the agency that I work with. We started to try and have a blacklist to have updated information in the FAQs, so to warn people not to buy these tickets because it was a scam. Then we saw an online piece from the show Le Iene, and that snowballed this matter. And as he said, I was really, really pissed off because of this, and we had a press conference just to publicly say that this is a serious problem that involves all of us, because from that declaration, it showed that all artists, it seemed that all artists were accomplices of this. But I think that there is a healthy side of this industry, and that's the majority, I would think. So it was right for me to say that again, to say that this is something I wasn't a part of, not nor was the artist that I represent, and a lot of the artists that I represent, we weren't accomplices of this sort of practice in the industry. But from that, a lot of other things came to light. And I don't think this is over. I think there'll be more things we'll be aware of in the future. But that's why I got very angry. because I didn't want other people to perceive us in an industry that I think it's still healthy. This is an industry that grew in the past few years. It wasn't affected by the crisis, but I think that there are people who speculate in the market of emotions, which is what we called it, the market of emotions. And this speculation is very popular. Seeing the interview with Live Nation and their public declaration shows that there are a million of dollars that were involved in this market. But I think feelings are more important than money, because we are made of emotion. We are made of flesh and blood. We are human, but mainly we're made of emotions. So I think this is something that we need to safeguard. And this might be obvious, but I just wanted to state it again, that secondary ticketing is a cancer for the whole industry, and there are two ways that we can fight it, or at least two. One is information, raising awareness, and that's the reason why we had that press conference, and it's also the reason why I'm here, to support Claudio in his efforts. And we need to spread and raise awareness as much as we can. We need to make the public aware, because sometimes they don't realize that this is a problem. And another way could be a law from the government that could ban and prohibit such transactions. Transactions that happen on tickets that we're well aware of. And in addition to putting them on a blacklist and publicly denounce them, which is something we've done in the past and we need to continue to do in the future even more. But I think the government needs to take a stand. I don't know how. I don't know how they could do it. I'm not aware of this. Somebody else will tell you how, but I don't see any other ways we could stop this. In other countries, this is accepted and it's standard practice. There are companies owned by Live Nation and Ticketmaster. They're all part of the same group. And this practice is authorized implicitly in other countries. We tried to find a solution. This could be a nominal ticket, and I think this is a solution. It happened and it worked for football in to some extent. We we had nominal tickets for one of Ligabue's tours, maybe 6 or 7 years ago. We were touring theaters, but it worked, because if you have your ticket with your own name, you're the only one who can use it. Of course, if it's a stadium or a bigger venue, it's more difficult to police the event. So maybe we need different tools. But I think raising awareness and the intervention of the government would help a lot. I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudio Maioli. We were talking about the commitment not only by the players in the industry to fight this problem, but also from the institutions. CI, the Italian property right collecting company agency in Italy, is now dealing with secondary ticketing, and we are showing Gaetano Blandini's video. Let's see from where we started. For years, we started to fight this practice and we couldn't. It was like emptying the sea with a teaspoon. So we tried with a progressive action. We reported to the authorities this practice. We are not going to stop. We had our artists signing agreements because authors entrust us to protect their works. So we had a petition signed by artists like Francesco De Gregori, Samuele Bersani, Zucchero, Fornaciari, Tiziano Ferro, and many others. and including Elio Le Storitese and Vasco Rossi. There are just a few names of all the artists that participated, and I would like to thank them. And I would like to thank all the authors for their works in our country. We were able to present, to table a bill of law, and it was promoted by Franceschini, the Minister of Culture, and we would like to thank him for the support and interest. Only the United States have signed a rule to ban softwares to the bulk buying of tickets. This is considered a criminal offense. It was a law signed by Barack Obama. We are promoting a law that is now under discussion in the institutions. On February 2nd, we will be at the Culture Committee of our lower chamber to lobby our opinion and to present some proposals. We are not going to abandon this fight. In fact, we are going to continue also raising awareness with communication, also with practical events. Vasco Rossi asked us to be the observers and guarantee of the Modena gig, and the policy for the ticket selling was integrated with some technical provision, thanks also to the expertise of Best Union. And this will be useful to organizers to promote the events. We open an email address in order to receive reports from the citizens so that we can act in a better way. I would like to appeal to you and spread the word to the citizens and the users and the fans. Do not buy tickets from secondary ticketing websites, because you are going to be accomplices in a scam, and it will be likely that you will not be able to participate in the gig. So we are going to implement monitoring measures to prevent people with those types of tickets from entering the shows. So those buying tickets on the regular market will be allowed in. And let's not forget that at worldwide level, this is a market with over 8 billion euros. So it's a massive phenomenon. It's a difficult task, but we can do it. If we unite our forces, we can do it. Together, we can fight this massive phenomenon. So who is actually and practically selling these tickets? Who is in the front row? Who is more exposed? The audience, fans, are not well informed, and it's difficult for them to understand who belongs to the primary or the secondary ticketing market. So we are going to invite here the operators. We are creating Best Union representative Luca Montebugnoli. Good morning. Thank you, Claudio, for thinking and organizing this conference today, and thank you all for participating. Some relevant hints, because this is the reason why we organize these meetings, and we have some important hints that I can bring here. The idea of a combined chain for selling the tickets. So not only artists or promoters or organizers or fans can solve the problem. We have to combine our forces. We need to be united and fight together. We don't need to be separated, but unite our forces to fight together. I would also like to stress that we can do much against secondary ticketing from the electronic device point of view. We can use technology to disconnect the nominal ticket from the person who's using it. We can also allow access with credit card only to those who bought a ticket with a credit card, and we used that system in the Expo in 2015. London in theater is using this approach. In Expo, we gave access to tens of thousands of people using this system. We don't need to limit to small venues. Going to a gig should be something entertaining, fun. So the first one will be July with the gig by Vasco. We are going also to provide other services on ticketing and access control. Our main task is to make the event as easily accessible as possible. The second remark is related to the fact that today we are able to know any information about anybody. So we can use the legislators' support to fight secondary ticketing. Secondary ticketing is not only an immoral practice, and this is the first adjective that I can attach to, but it also involves gains from these outsourced companies that are very big. So they're not, this phenomenon, this unlawful practice is not going to die by natural death. We need to contribute to the fight. Cooperating with the CI, Italian Intellectual Property Collecting Agency, is a natural step forward. We have changed our approach recently. I started to print tickets when I was 15 years old, but CI now has changed its approach, and I'm assuring you, and I'm an expert, I work more abroad than in Italy. So our electronic ticketing is among the most evolved system in the world, and this is my direct experience. We have become a company with a turnover of 60 million people, with the Louvre, Buckingham Palace, Ferrari Park, Ocean Park, Disney World, Orlando, Florida. We have all these venues. And in foreign countries, everything is easier. However, in Italy, legislation is very complex, and we have to say that CI contributed to make this legislation more and more flexible. We have institutional and legal tools. We have high professional levels, and so we can use these tools to fight the electronic touting. The last remark to Claudio: I will be glad to sign your code of ethics, and I hope that everybody here in this room is passionate about protecting and defending the fans. As Best Union, we are a young reality on the Italian entertainment industry. We have a contract with a competitor, and I stress that I would like him to play an active role. We are now working together, and we can fight and win over this practice that is damaging to all of us. Thank you. Thank you. We continue with the ticketing professionals. We have the CEO by Ticket One, the main e-ticketing channel, Stefano Leonetti.
Good morning. I might talk for a bit longer, but I want to give you all a clear visual of how the market works and what the situation is, so that this is some objective aspects that I can share with you of what's happening and the components of the market. First of all, we have the primary market, which is made of the organizers, of course, and the ticketing companies. The law says that those are the only ones that can officially sell tickets and at a face value and nominal price. This is our job, this is our vision, and this is what the new regulation decided. Then there's a secondary market. It's not clear to all that the secondary market is made of platforms. It's places where the people who sell and buy can go and they can sell or buy their tickets. So they're platforms that have a service for the people who sell tickets as well. They can either sell or buy tickets. If nobody sells ticket, nobody buys tickets. There needs to be a seller. Sellers and buyers are external. But who is fueling the secondary market? The secondary market is fueled by the fans, and that's objective, and we know this. Secondary market is fueled by the fans, and that was created because of the needs to transfer a ticket when you can attend a gig or something like that. But it evolved over time, and brokers became very important because they made touting their job, and they organized. And there's another figure, which is the companies, the secondary market companies that buy tickets on the primary market and sell them, and that came about in 2008 when we saw a show on BBC where we saw that Seatway was directly selling tickets, and then we have promoters and artists as well. We saw some artists, some such as Robbie Williams and Madonna. We saw that they had an agreement with Viagogo. We don't know the details of that, but we know that this happened. So, in the evolution and distortion of the market, what happens? The market was created because of exchanges, especially in the sports field, because people wanted to transfer their passes to when they couldn't use them anymore, and so that was just a person-to-person agreement. It evolved to be a platform about touting. It was it included professionals mainly, and then management companies that are just ruthless. This is a this is a problem with the secondary market. It grew in a very transparent way on the web where access is complete 100%, and everyone can for a day or for 2 months or for however long they want become a tout. But the structures, we know how it works. They take resources away from the industry. A healthy industry needs to gain money to have profit margins, because people who have a vision needs to be able to reinvest those profits. We know that in Italy we have structures that could be renewed and should be renewed. The industry needs to have profits that can be reinvested, because otherwise we are just one step back compared to other companies. And this is not to do with company ethics. And Ticket One's mission has always been to be of service to the artists and to the fans, to generate accessibility to tickets and 100% transparency and flexibility and ability to access the gigs. Just one thing that I want to tell you is the scams of secondary market. They sell things that we see here, these photos, they sell guarantees on tickets, but actually in the secondary market, the people who buy tickets will transfer their money to the secondary market company, but that company will not transfer this money to the seller. What happens then? The seller will get the money only after the show, and this is apparently a guarantee, which means that you'll only pay after you go to the event and after everything goes well. Otherwise, you won't pay. So what happens? That sellers can be ruthless as much as they want. They can sell the same tickets twice or three times at different prices. They can sell the same tickets on different websites because they don't have to deliver. If something goes wrong, people will just be refunded their money. We meet scam people at the gates at every concert, and of course, they're not at all happy when we send them away because this is a situation that gets created. Another scam we can see here, if you go to an event and for instance you go to this event, just random, a random event on secondary market, as soon as you go there, you'll see some lines where you can buy the ticket, and as soon as you go there, it'll show that it's already sold out. Do you really think that somebody bought a Vasco Rossi ticket for that price? This is just a scam. This is not true. If you clean the cache of your website, this comes back. If you don't, this doesn't come back. And the numbers of tickets sold, including the total and the detail, that they're never the same. They're regenerated. The secondary market is a sort of casino where you just need to have the impression or the feeling that you're in a wonderful world where things happen so that you're tempted to buy yourself. This is something I always do for you too. In the past few years, it showed me four tickets for the price of 20,000 euros. This is the price that you would pay for a ticket on Viagogo. Do you really think that that's the price that you would pay for that ticket? That's not realistic. So what happens on the secondary market? They sell fake tickets or they have fake sales. It's just a fake sale, not a fake ticket, at very high prices to entice consumers to buy at lower prices. So I wonder, over time, we are one of the most controlled companies in the world. We have antitrust, we have consumer organizations, we have everything. We even got a fine that we're contesting, of course, because the price wasn't positioned in the right place so that the consumer organization didn't think that it was evident enough or visible enough. Where are they now? These are scams. These are trade, unlawful trade practices. This should not happen. Let me say a few other things. There are some misconceptions about the primary and secondary market. The primary market, once they've distributed the tickets in the right way without gaining too much money, that's their job. Um, it's not, people who buy online are not identifiable in a clear way, never. Of course, even on a physical line, I could even send my mother to buy the ticket instead of going myself, and then I could take them off for myself. But the identity cannot be proven. online. So what does Ticket One do? We sort of go back to the identity of the people based on a number of elements. IP addresses are not certain identity because they can be banned, but if five people buy from the same office, they would have the same IP address. So that doesn't work. Deliveries are deliveries are also a scam because the tickets that are sold are already sold because you sell them based on an order confirmation. But if you delay the delivery of a physical ticket, it doesn't mean that they're not as popular. This is just something that people say. You can just see the picture of concerts, for instance, for Ligabue. We sometimes try to control access in the best way we can, but I shouldn't say this because there are producers that pay for it sometimes, but these are paid for and are an investment by Ticket One. In terms of virtual tickets, whatever you read about the secondary market in English, abroad, will say that virtual tickets facilitate this market because if I can just have a printer and exchange a wallet from one phone to the other, the delivery of the ticket that I bought is of course easier, but these are the things that happen now. The world will only move forward. It will not go back, and digital tickets are the way of the future. As for having a nominal ticket, as was said before, Ticket One had initiatives with them before. We didn't just stay there and doing nothing for years. From the first documents that we gave to the antitrust, the competition agency, it was clear that we've done this before. But having a nominal ticket doesn't solve the problems. In countries like Germany, this is not allowed because of privacy reasons, and this is not a good service to the consumer. Not in a small theater, not it's not in a bigger venue, or in a small venue where there's a limited number of tickets. It's very expensive. It doesn't solve the problem. It's contrary to some privacy laws. Contrary to what happens for soccer, where the tickets have your name on it, not the buyer name, just the person who uses it has their name on it. Of course, this can be a way to prevent these problems, but if I'm not the buyer and my dad buys a ticket for me and I want to get in, if we buy 5 or 6 tickets at the same time and the buyer has their name on the ticket, how can I get in if I'm not with them? That's a problem. As for credit cards, this is not popular anymore. Of course, we can do a lot of things, but we buy 30% of tickets through PayPal, and not all the people who have PayPal have a credit card. The wallets will become more and more popular in the next few years, of course, exponentially. So the use of credit card is not really effective because in order to use credit card you need sort of certifications to access those data, PCI, because managing those that data is not as easy as we might think. As for selling physical tickets, I think everything I've just said applies to that. As an MD for Ticket One, I can attest, and I've done that to the judiciary because there were problems and mishaps with physical ticket selling points. We have bots. We can do some prevention on bots. Akamai is the main company for bots in the world. Those are the systems that Ticket One uses. A very important thing is to understand what we're talking about. Those are the events that Ticket One sold. We measure the hot events, which are the ones that sell out in less than 5 days. They're less than 1% of all events. And the job of people who sell tickets is to sell tickets and not to stop people from buying tickets. They're telling me to conclude here. the exhaustion of tickets has nothing to do with the secondary market. Ticket one, we can prove that. Ticket one systems are so powerful that they can receive thousands or tens of thousands of purchases at the same time. So when 15,000 people at the same time go to the website and put the tickets in their cart, tickets are not available within seconds. They would go back to being available eventually, maybe. This is the Coldplay sale. They told us that they were sold out immediately, that they vanished. Well, they were sold out. In the first 15 minutes, we sold 47 or 50% of tickets. That's in the first 15 minutes. That's just the time it takes for a transaction, the time to put the ticket in the card, to put your information and your credit card information, to print everything. That's the 15 minutes it take, and it took us to sell almost 50% of tickets. We sold to 18,000 people, individuals, and that's in an hour. It can be sold out. So if we need to keep tickets available for a long time, I don't think that's doable. When we sell tickets for concerts such as Coldplay or U2, we that happens at the same time in Europe and not just in Italy. We have been in the spotlight for this, and of course, we are also called to testify about this. And maybe people don't see us in a very positive way. We asked to be certified to the biggest auditing company in the world. They don't deal with our income or our profits and losses. They work with the judiciary to control frauds. They certify that we operate rightfully, and they dealt with the two U2 concerts in Rome, just as an example. They didn't see any anomalies in the sale. We saw hundreds of negative posts on Facebook. We sold 106,000 tickets, of which in an hour we sold 84%. Of course, we're frustrated. People are frustrated because platforms sell tickets so fast, but this is 3.0 economy. This is the world today. Just let me go back to this. The main thing is to conclude this. We've done a lot of things. People have done a number of things in the UK. There was a Consumer Right Act recently where people asked for more transparent information, and I think this is an element that's important, and it's not just about talking or being political. In the US, every state has their own legislation. You can just go online and see that legislations are different in every state, and there's a mess of legislation. And tickets are on the secondary market there anyway. You can see the UA tour in the US. It's just a mess. Obama has banned the bots, but I don't know really how he can control that. In Italy, we have the stability law, which I think is very good at its basis. It's based on the fact that the tickets can be sold by promoters and ticket offices that are certified by the copyright agency. And the second thing is that only those who have a personal transaction are protected. What does that mean? It means, in terms of legislation, we need to take a further step and define the commercial targets and the fact that individuals are not trying to do business or gain money. That means that they can sell as many tickets as they want at the face value. How can we put a margin on the ticket? I don't think we have any right to do that. I don't know whether this can be accomplished in Europe. I don't know what Europe has done about this. But just to summarize, I think we need to do two things: raise awareness, raise awareness, raise awareness. That's the main thing. We have here some of the main leaders in the media here in the room. And it's also important to have a law. We've been involved with this in the past. We went to the parliament, and a lot of the other people are doing that too. We want to ask for the sale of tickets not to have profit anymore, a profit margin. We just want tickets to be transferable at the same face value as it should be. The fact that an individual can sell occasionally and without a profit margin can sell tickets, that's something that should be allowed. This is a great Congress. I think it will get to the target, and we will only have been successful if next year we are not here anymore, because that's what we need to aim for. Thank you.
Beh, un'idea ve la siete fatta, è un problema.
You got an idea of this very multifaceted and complex issue. Secondary ticketing has started to gain ground in the UK and in the US. It has become widespread in the last few years, as you heard from the previous speakers. Most of the tickets are lending to the secondary ticketing platforms. There are cases where you can find tickets on the primary market, but only on secondary ticketing markets. There is an association gathering fans, promoters, artists, and all the players in the music industry. It's called the Fanfare Alliance, and we have here the president, Mr. Adam Webb.
Fanfare Alliance was officially launched in July 2016, so really only 6 months ago. We're a UK-based campaign, and the aim is to take a stand against industrial-scale online ticket touting on the major secondary ticketing platforms that we all know about. So in the UK, Viagogo, StubHub, Get Me In, Seatwave, and increasingly TicketBiz. As the name suggests, the focus of the campaign is for fans, for true music fans. Yeah.
Barley Alliance è stata lanciata nel luglio del 2016, quindi significa 6 mesi fa. Abbiamo base nel Regno Unito e il nostro scopo primario è quello di contrastare il bagarinaggio su scala industriale. Quindi siamo contro i siti di secondary ticketing maggiori come Viagogo, Seatwave e altri. Il nostro scopo all'interno di questa campagna è proteggere i fans.
So our goal is to push for pro-consumer legislation, pro-consumer business practices and technologies. We want to empower artists and managers and promoters who want to mitigate and stop the unauthorized resale of their tickets. I think one important point is, from my point of view, we are not radical. We have taken a very pragmatic stance from the off. In the first instance, we are simply asking that existing UK legislation, like the Consumer Rights Act that Stefano mentioned before, is enforced, and also that the secondary ticketing platforms themselves are forced into transparency. This, I believe, is a... Okay. Oh, sorry, they translate after.
Lo scopo della nostra campagna va verso la promozione di una legge a favore dei consumatori, verso delle pratiche commerciali e delle tecnologie a protezione e a sostegno dei consumatori. Quindi siamo insieme agli artisti, ai manager e ai promoter a combattere la rivendita illegale, il bagarinaggio di biglietti. È importante sottolineare che noi non abbiamo un approccio radicale, bensì pragmatico. Ciò che stiamo cercando di fare è soltanto promuovere e far entrare in vigore la legislazione britannica già esistente per rendere queste piattaforme di second ticketing trasparenti nella loro attività.
So the issue of transparency is something in itself, and businesses like StubHub and Viagogo in particular like to describe themselves as part of a sharing economy. which is a warm and romantic term.
La trasparenza è un punto fondamentale di per sé. Queste piattaforme, incluse Viagogo e Stab, si amano definire quelle dell'economia condivisa, che è un termine molto romantico, ma non veramente reale.
However, as part of this so-called sharing economy, these businesses are actually very unique. For while the likes of Uber or Airbnb or even, ironically, eBay rely on a form of trust or recognition or rating system, secondary ticketing, as we know, is completely built upon anonymity.
Fanno parte dell'economia condivisa, dicono, ma sono un fenomeno invece abbastanza unico. Al pari di Uber, Airbnb e eBay, questi si basano su una base di fiducia, su sistemi di rating da parte degli utenti. Al contrario, le piattaforme di secondary ticketing si basano sull'anonimato.
So the key things for these platforms is you do not know who you're buying from, nobody asks any questions, and in the sharing economy, online businesses claim they cannot police their platforms.
I punti chiave sono che non si sa da chi si acquista, non si fanno domande e che non si può controllare le piattaforme di secondary ticketing.
And you can only imagine what would happen if Uber hid the identity of its drivers or eBay allowed a business to sell mobile phones without disclosing a name and address. But the secondary ticketing sites do all of this. They become a magnet for bad practice at best and for law breaking at worst. And they also encourage fans to rip off other fans and to become touts themselves.
Si potrebbe solo immaginare che cosa succederebbe se Uber svelasse l'identità dei suoi autisti oppure se eBay desse i nominativi e gli indirizzi delle compagnie che vendono sui siti. Nelle piattaforme di secondary ticketing abbiamo delle cattive prassi e talvolta addirittura la violazione della legge. È una modalità con cui a livello privato o anche esteso si truffa il prossimo.
So this system is untenable. It serves scalpers and bot users and the corporations who have invested in the secondary sites, all of whom are now able to benefit from what is in the UK a £1 billion a year market. But we need a system that works equally well for fans of artists like Mumford & Sons, Little Mix, Arctic Monkeys, Mark Knopfler, Noel Gallagher, Years and Years, James Bay, Placebo, Churches, Pixies, Yumi at Six and Ed Sheeran.
È un sistema che si regge sul fatto che i bagarini riescono a beneficiare di un mercato che adesso nel Regno Unito vale 1 miliardo di sterline, ma dobbiamo creare un sistema che funzioni per tutti, come è successo per gli artisti Mumford & Sons, Cattle Mix, James Barry, Pixies, Placebo, Mark Knopfler e altri.
So the managers of all of those acts, along with 100 ticketing companies, agents, promoters, and music businesses, have all signed our fanfare declaration against online touts.
I manager di tutti questi artisti, insieme ad altre 100 agenzie di biglietteria, agenti, promoter e professionisti del mondo della musica, hanno firmato una dichiarazione online contro il bagarinaggio elettronico.
Obviously, signing a piece of paper is one thing, which is easy to do, but is fanfare making any difference? We believe that it is.
Firmare una dichiarazione è una cosa che potrebbe essere anche semplice, ma Fanfare Alliance sta facendo la differenza? Noi crediamo di sì.
Just by the fact that we can run a dedicated campaign, we have a vehicle now to keep the issue in the news, for us to talk with politicians and the media, and also to keep momentum building and push for the changes that we want.
Questo consiste nel fatto che possiamo portare avanti una campagna dedicata, possiamo mantenere l'attenzione all'interno delle news, possiamo parlare con politici, possiamo interagire con i media per mantenere alta l'attenzione e influenzare questa pratica.
We also have a channel to help educate and share information within the music business, which is important. One of the first things we did was to produce a guide for artists and managers to help them stop their tickets being touted, and also to help fans better understand how this market works and to make them understand that they're being manipulated within this market.
Abbiamo un canale per poter contribuire a diffondere le informazioni all'interno dell'industria musicale di questo settore. In primo luogo abbiamo creato una guida dedicata agli artisti e ai manager per capire come possono evitare il bagarinaggio elettronico. In secondo luogo aiutiamo i fan a comprendere meglio questa pratica e a capire che vengono manipolati.
And we cannot take all credit, but since Fanfare's launch, we have seen a lot of activity in the UK. We've seen a short but very high-profile select committee inquiry into ticket abuse, of which the chairman described it as a national scandal, where there's been a launch of an enforcement investigation by the Competition and Markets authorities, and we've seen MPs of all parties unite to initiate an amendment to outlaw the use of bots to bulk buy tickets. And increasingly, it seems there is a likelihood of government intervention to help recalibrate the market.
Non ci possiamo prendere tutti i meriti, ma da quando abbiamo cominciato la nostra attività abbiamo visto il nascere di molte attività all'interno del Regno Unito. È stata creata una commissione dedicata che ha svolto un'inchiesta. Il Presidente ha definito questa pratica uno scandalo a livello nazionale. L'autorità per la concorrenza ha aperto un'indagine e inoltre è stato promosso un emendamento contro il bagarinaggio elettronico. In futuro il governo sta preparando delle misure per ribilanciare il mercato.
And of course, this has been helped by the volume of news coming out from Italy, from the US, from Australia, Spain, Japan, Canada, and elsewhere, all of which I think highlights that this is not just a national scandal, but a global scandal.
Ovviamente siamo stati aiutati anche dal grande volume di notizie che si sono diffuse in Italia, negli Stati Uniti, in Giappone, in Canada, in Spagna e in Australia. E questo a sottolineare che è uno scandalo non solo a livello nazionale, ma a livello globale.
And certainly at Fanfare, we are optimistic that we will see some affirmative actions in 2017 and a shift of the power balance away from these anonymized and parasitical marketplaces and back to the audiences on who our creative economy depends.
Noi di Fanfare Alliance siamo ottimisti, vediamo un'attività che continuerà a consolidarsi nel 2017. Vedremo che le forze si cambieranno posizione e verranno portate verso il pubblico, che è quello che veramente contribuisce a questo mercato, e verranno portate via da questi marketplace.
So finally, thank you to Claudio and his team for inviting us. I think we have to share information on this. We have a lot to learn, and I intend to learn a lot while I'm here today. Thank you.
Vorrei quindi ringraziare Claudio, è essenziale diffondere le informazioni, informare, imparare, e imparerò anch'io molto oggi qui.
Grazie Adam.
Thank you, Adam. We heard the opinions of some of the artists. We have an artist here today, Elio. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, I just got here. I wouldn't want to miss my train. That's why I'm still wearing my jacket. As he said, I don't deal with tickets. I'm an artist, so I don't know a lot about this. But I want to talk from my perspective, and I think this is the same opinion as other artists who are not here. I don't know if there are artists here today, actually. Any artists? No, none. So I'm speaking on behalf of everyone. I just wanted to say that the life of an artist is not easy at all. There's a lot of artists that die at 27. That's not a case. If it happens one, maybe that's a case. But if it happens a few times, you see that there's something going on. Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Tango, Amy Winehouse, Bellini was dead at 34, Mozart at 33. So the artist works their ass off, just to be clear. They have a dream, a big dream. They want to get there. They work hard. A lot of people don't ever get there. It's a hard life. We have a lot of obstacles, and then there is secondary ticketing that's on top of everything else. Secondary ticketing, just let me give you some ideas. I just don't want to miss my train. I think we're signing off on the wrong foot because if I call it secondary ticketing, that makes it sound glamorous. I think we need to call them scalpers, touts. That's what they are. I think that gives it a different perspective. Technically, we're talking about parasites. That's what they are. They're just parasites, like the ones on dogs. What contribution do they have to the market? Nothing. They don't have a contribution. Even for dogs, they just take the animal's blood as much as they can. That's all they do. The difference with secondary ticketing is that the flea that's on me gives all of that blood to somebody else, doesn't keep it for themselves. So maybe a flea is actually better. My idea is that it's nice and good to sign papers, and there are initiatives and online information. That's good, but I think we need something that's more drastic. We need to think to have anti-flea collars as we have them for dogs. So we need tools to finally fight and win against this phenomenon. I want to say something. I know it might seem strange, but I learned about this phenomenon maybe a month ago. Maybe I was naive. I'm an artist. I think about creating, about my dreams, and I can't really imagine the fact that there are people using their life to come up with ways to screw me over. So when I found this out, I thought at first it was sci-fi, it was impossible. But then I saw Claudio Trotta's face, and I realized that was actually true. At first, I have to say that I was angry, but in the end, the main feeling was sorrow. Sorrow for human beings that spend their whole life screwing people over, and I pity them. They are not thinking about building wonderful things. I just want to make an appeal. People who do secondary ticketing are actually men that do secondary ticketing. Shame on you. You need to find the value and the meaning of life. And remember that Vincenzo Bellini was he died because of a parasite. Thank you, Elio. It's hard for the ones who have to follow you now. Let's continue. This is the perspective of the audience. We heard from artists, from ticketing companies. Let's hear from the fans, the ones that are affected by this phenomenon. We have Altro Consumo, which is a consumer company, the main one in Italy. And here we have the public affairs department responsible, Ivo Tarantino.
It's difficult to speak after Elio or after artists in general. Well, after and before artists, there are the fans, those who would like to go to the gigs, and we represent them. Altro Consumo is the main association for the protection of consumers. We have 73,000 members, and we were found in 1973. We started dealing with secondary ticketing, and last year it was the year when it all came to the surface. We were already working on this matter, but in the pre-sale of the Coldplay concert, we realized that there was something wrong. In a few hours, regardless of your opinion, all the tickets had vanished. However, most of the tickets were available on secondary tickets websites. We reported this issue to the authorities in order to understand whether the behavior of Ticket One and secondary ticketing platforms was in line with the cost of consumption, and if the antitrust authority could identify irregular selling. 10 days later, the antitrust authority started an investigation that is still underway, and we hope we could better understand what happened behind the scene. On our input and the input of our subjects that reported to the DA, the government included in the budget law sanctions up to 180,000 euros for those who bulky buy and resell tickets, especially those working on secondary ticketing platforms. We are still waiting for this regulation to be enforced, and we hope that we can take down these websites. Our commitment started in 2003. We had an investigation on our magazine, and we had a reporter to speak and describe this phenomenon. The secondary market should be an opportunity for those purchasing a ticket to be able to resell it in case they cannot attend. However, it has become a source of illegal gains. In fact, there are a lot of interests involved. So, rather than being an advantage or beneficial to the fans, it has become a mean to contrast the accessibility to the shows. In January, we wanted to deep dive on the issue of secondary ticketing. Now we are talking about big venues, events. What we unveiled was that also in the theaters, opera theaters and lyrical theaters, they suffer from the same issue. Comparing different countries, we found out that there are different approaches to this issue. Tickets from La Scala Theatre that cannot be found in the original ticketing office. They are readily available on the secondary ticketing offices. The same applies to the Opera Theatre in Paris. There is a section on the theater website where consumers can resell the tickets. What happens usually is that the prices are not inflated, but however, you can even save money in reselling your tickets. It's a national and international phenomenon that involves not only rock and pop concerts, but events worldwide. Last week, the consumer associations met the Antitrust Authority. Antitrust Authority is pursuing its investigation against Ticket One and the 4 players of secondary ticketing platform. They are investigating 2 main issues. First, what are the guarantees if the concert is cancelled? In the primary market, the consumer has guarantees. What happens if you buy your ticket on a secondary market? The second point is the pricing. It's not clear how pricing is made on the secondary market. Clearly, our work with the Antitrust Authority is continuing. We have gathered over 500 stories by fans and consumers that wish they could participate in a gig, but they couldn't. Our work is continuing, and we are lobbying to support the right of consumers to access entertainment. We have some proposals and ideas. We realize that it's a daunting task, but nominal tickets or purchase through credit card or technology systems that are already available are opportunities to take. We need the willingness of operators to cooperate and to guarantee the funded rights to participate in entertainment shows.
Siamo arrivati al nostro...
We have our second international guest today. We go back to the promoter's word. This is the first link of the chain. ATC Live is a UK-based agency with great artists like the Lumineers. We have its representative, Alex Bruford.
Hi everyone, my name is Alex Bruford and I'm a booking agent and I run ATC Live in the UK as well as sitting on the board of Fanfare with Adam. We're an agency looking after about 250 artists of all sizes.
Buongiorno a tutti, io sono Alex Bruford, sono un agente, rappresento ATC Live nel Regno Unito e tra l'altro faccio anche parte del consiglio di amministrazione di Fanfare Alliance. Noi rappresentiamo 250 artisti di vario calibro.
Along with our sister company ATC Management, we have worked closely with the Fanfare Alliance to help reduce touting.
Insieme alla nostra partner ATC Management abbiamo lavorato a stretto contatto con Fanfare Alliance per ridurre il bagarinaggio.
Why am I here today? Because I care passionately about stopping ticket touts. I care because I believe in music and I believe in artists.
Perché sono qui oggi? Io sono qui perché ho una forte passione e voglio davvero mettere fine al bagarinaggio online e questo perché io credo nella musica e credo negli artisti.
Before I became an agent, I spent 10 years touring in bands, playing many venues around the world. To do this, we needed support.
Prima di essere un agente ho trascorso 10 anni a fare tour in autobus e camion in tutto il mondo e per farlo abbiamo avuto bisogno di supporto.
We needed promoters who could afford to take risks on us. We needed fans who could afford to buy our tickets and we needed labels that could afford to invest in us.
Per farlo ovviamente avevamo bisogno di promoter, avevamo bisogno di fan che volessero spendere i soldi per i biglietti e avevamo bisogno delle case discografiche che volessero investire.
I want our new artists today to have this same level of support so that they can have a chance to build their own careers. And I want our industry to be able to invest in new artists. Touring careers are vital to the development of our new artists, and the secondary ticketing market is a real threat to their careers.
E voglio che i nuovi artisti di oggi abbiano lo stesso supporto e sostegno per poter creare e costruire le proprie carriere. Voglio che si possa investire su di loro, sui nuovi artisti, perché fare tour è essenziale per dare vita alle loro carriere e il bagarinaggio online è una minaccia.
Industrial ticket touting is theft. A huge 90% of activity on secondary sites is from touts to fan, with only 10% being from fan to fan.
Il bagarinaggio industriale è effettivamente un furto. Sui siti di secondary ticketing il 90% è da bagarini a fan e solo il 10% si tratta di biglietti venduti da fan ad altri fan.
The sums involved are huge. On one US tour, recent US tour, Mumford & Sons estimate they lost $3 million to touts on the one tour alone.
Le cifre di questo problema sono enormi. In un tour negli Stati Uniti la band Mumford & Sons ha stimato di aver perso $3 milioni solo negli Stati Uniti, solo su questo tour.
But we are not here to ensure the big bands make more money. We're here to ensure fans can get into concerts for a fair price, the price that's been set by the artist.
Ma noi non vogliamo assicurarci che i grandi artisti guadagnino, noi vogliamo fare in modo che i fan possano accedere ai concerti e acquistare biglietti al prezzo giusto che sia stato stabilito dall'artista.
We are here to make sure this money remains in the live industry so that it can be reinvested in new talent.
Vogliamo fare in modo che questi soldi rimangano all'interno dell'industria dell'intrattenimento per poter essere reinvestiti nella stessa industria.
I believe in the entertainment dollar concept. There are only so many entertainment dollars to go around.
Io ho fiducia veramente nel settore dell'intrattenimento e ci credo davvero.
If someone spends $300 on a $50 ticket on the secondaries, that means there are $250 that are not spent on other shows. That person could have bought 5 more tickets at $50.
Se si spendono $300 per comprare un biglietto che originalmente ne costava 50, questo significa che quei $250 di differenza non sono spesi per altri concerti, per altri biglietti. Significa che quella persona avrebbe potuto comprare altri 5 biglietti a un prezzo di $50 l'uno.
5 more tickets. This is a huge and massive drain on our industry. This is wrong. We want it to be fair for the fans and fair for the artists.
Questi altri 5 biglietti è una cifra enorme ed è un problema molto serio per l'industria. Vogliamo che la situazione sia migliore sia per i fan sia per gli artisti.
So what do we do? Adam has already detailed the work of fanfare and the many different areas that covers. I wanted to talk a little bit about what agents should be doing.
Ma cosa possiamo fare per risolvere la situazione? Adam ha già parlato di quello che Fanfare Alliance fa e i vari settori di cui si occupano. Io vorrei parlare di quello che gli agenti possono fare.
There are a few agents who are very engaged and doing all they can to prevent touting.
Ci sono alcuni agenti che stanno veramente cercando di fare il possibile per evitare il bagarinaggio online.
But there are many more who still just want to make as much money as quickly as possible, and this has to change if we are going to stop secondary ticketing.
Ma ce ne sono anche molti altri che vogliono semplicemente guadagnare le cifre maggiori possibili nel tempo minore possibile, e questo ovviamente deve cambiare se vogliamo mettere fine al secondary ticketing.
The agents should know the key issues involved, and they should take time to pay attention to them. Agents are busy, but time spent preventing touting is time spent securing the future of our industry.
E gli agenti dovrebbero essere a conoscenza dei problemi dell'industria. Ovviamente gli agenti sono molto impegnati, hanno molto da fare, ma passare del tempo a cercare di rendere più sicuro questo mercato significa investire sugli artisti e sull'industria stessa.
Adam mentioned that Fanfare has produced a guide for artists, managers and agents, and in it details many of the examples of people combating ticket touting in the UK.
Adam ha parlato della guida di Fanfare Alliance dedicata agli artisti, ai manager e agli agenti e ai vari modi in cui si possono combattere i siti di secondary ticketing.
For example, I recently had the Lumineers play 2 nights at London's Hammersmith Apollo, which they sold out with 10,000 tickets.
Per esempio, recentemente i Lumineers, che sono quelli che rappresento io, hanno suonato all'Hammersmith Apollo a Londra e i biglietti, 10.000 biglietti, sono andati sold out.
The band management and myself felt strongly about secondary ticketing, so we pushed hard from the start to have the venue and the promoter accept names on tickets, which they did.
E sia io sia i manager della band eravamo fortemente contrari al secondary ticketing, ovviamente, e per questo abbiamo fatto in modo che sia la location sia i promoter potessero vendere biglietti nominali.
This made a huge difference. Other shows at the venue had over 500 tickets on secondary sites. We had a handful of tickets on secondary sites, which we were largely able to remove.
Questo ha fatto un'enorme differenza perché altri show che si sono stati fatti in quella stessa location hanno visto 500.000 biglietti su siti di secondary ticketing, mentre nel nostro caso erano solo pochissimi biglietti in secondary ticketing che tra l'altro siamo riusciti a eliminare subito.
99% of the touting on this show was eradicated by using this strategy.
Il 99% del secondary ticketing per questo show è stato eliminato grazie a questo metodo.
The interesting thing was that we had no complaints from fans, no issues on the door, and most importantly, the 10,000 tickets sold faster than they had done at the band's last London show where they were not named tickets.
La cosa principale è che non abbiamo avuto lamentele da parte dei fan, non abbiamo avuto problemi il giorno stesso e quei 10.000 biglietti sono stati venduti più velocemente rispetto all'ultimo show che la band aveva fatto a Londra senza biglietti nominali.
I had been told many times previously not to use named tickets as it would slow the rate of sale, but my own experience proved this not to be the case.
Mi era stato detto molte volte in precedenza di non vendere biglietti nominali perché avrebbe rallentato le vendite, ma sinceramente questa non è stata la mia esperienza.
I also heard what Stefano from Ticket One said earlier about names on tickets being a problem and people not being able to get into the show.
Ho anche sentito quello che Stefano di Ticket One ha detto prima rispetto ai biglietti nominali, che sono spesso un problema e la gente molto spesso non riesce effettivamente a entrare nella location.
Two things on this. We combated this by having the lead ticket buyer being able to buy 4 tickets, so the person with the credit card could then bring in the other 3 people.
L'abbiamo combattuto in 2 modi. Per prima cosa abbiamo permesso al compratore principale di comprare fino a 4 biglietti, quindi la persona che aveva comprato i biglietti poteva portarne altre 3 con sé tramite la sua carta di credito.
But more importantly, you don't expect to get onto an aeroplane with a ticket without your name on it, so I don't see why you should expect to get into a concert with a ticket without your name on it.
Ma una cosa ancora più importante, non ti aspetti certo di salire su un aereo con un biglietto senza il tuo nome, quindi perché dovresti aspettarti di vedere un concerto con un biglietto senza il tuo nome?
There are many other examples detailed in the guide, including lottery-style ticketing, using ticketing companies like Dice and Songkick, who have specific anti-tout measures in place.
Ci sono altri esempi nella guida, come per esempio sistemi di lotteria di biglietti vinti dai fan con siti come Dice e Songkick che hanno sistemi anti-bagarinaggio online.
Getting back to what the agent should be doing, I believe it is the agent's responsibility to discuss the issues involved with the artist and managers so they can make informed decisions about how to proceed.
Ma per tornare un po' a quello che dovrebbero fare gli agenti, credo sia importante che gli agenti discutano dei problemi dell'industria con gli artisti e con i manager per prendere decisioni informate sui prossimi passi.
Many artists and managers are not aware of the depth of the problem and the impact it is having on the live music industry, and it is our responsibility to keep them informed.
Molti artisti e manager non sanno di quanto è profondo e serio questo problema e dell'impatto che questo problema ha sull'industria della musica ed è nostra responsabilità informarli.
I hear a lot of promoter wouldn't allow us to do it, or venue wouldn't allow us to do it, or it wasn't possible, or the ticketing company put the tickets on the resale site without our permission.
Sento molte persone dire che magari il promoter non gli ha permesso di fare certe cose o la location, il teatro non gli ha permesso di fare certe cose, che non è stato possibile o che addirittura i biglietti fossero stati messi in vendita su siti di secondary ticketing direttamente dal venditore.
All of these issues are avoidable if you solve them before confirming the show. It needs to be part of the negotiation of the deal. If the venues and promoters want the shows, they will work with you to make sure the shows are ticketed the way you want them to be.
E questi sono tutti problemi che possono essere evitati se ne discute prima di confermare uno show, perché ovviamente quando si fanno le trattative, prima di prendere le decisioni, sia i responsabili del teatro o della location, sia i manager vogliono confermare questo show, quindi saranno felici di seguire il modo di fare biglietteria che tu imponi.
It's the agent's responsibility to have this conversation at the start of the deal-making process, not once it is too late and there are tickets on the secondary markets already.
Ed è responsabilità della gente fare tutte queste conversazioni prima di fare trattativa per confermare uno show, non quando è troppo tardi e i biglietti sono già su siti di secondary ticketing.
As well as this, agents, managers and artists and promoters should consider alternative ticketing strategies. Shows do not need to sell out on day one.
E gli agenti, i manager, gli artisti e i promoter dovrebbero trovare alternative a questi sistemi di biglietteria, perché uno show non è necessario che vada sold out nell'immediato.
Releasing tickets regularly during the on-sale period is proven to have a huge impact on the secondary market. It effectively takes away the demand for secondary tickets.
Rilasciare biglietti regolarmente sui siti che li mettono in vendita ha un effetto molto significativo sui siti di secondary ticketing, e perché effettivamente non c'è più richiesta, non c'è più la necessità di comprare biglietti su questi tipi di piattaforme.
This trickle-through sales technique will become more and more common.
E questo tipo di vendita diventerà sempre più comune.
Finally, the agents need to support independent organisations like Fanfare and the conference today, here in Milan, who are trying to prevent industrial touting. We need support to be able to keep our campaign running.
E tra l'altro gli agenti è importante che sostengano organizzazioni indipendenti come Fanfare Alliance o questa conferenza qui oggi a Milano, persone e organizzazioni che stanno cercando di combattere il secondary ticketing, perché noi abbiamo bisogno del loro supporto per poter portare avanti la nostra campagna.
The number of people fighting the touts is growing rapidly. We must join forces and support each other so that we can win this fight.
Il numero di persone che sta lottando contro il secondary ticketing è sempre in aumento, quindi dobbiamo unire le nostre forze e lottare insieme per combattere questo fenomeno.
Un applauso per
Thank you to Alex Bruford, who was able to frame the problem, and he's a son of a great artist, so he knows very well what's the system and the situation. Let's go back to the technical issues. Today we have Gennaro Milzi, the director of the services in convention with the CI, the Italian Intellectual Property Collecting Agency. I would like to welcome you with a question. CI's stance was already clarified by the General Director. What we're interested in is the following: the new system that we can apply to the ticketing. Can you explain the details? Can you explain the tricks? As for traceability, we share the policy that we have defined with Best Union. This is not something that we have defined as a standard. We provided our expertise and knowledge on what happened in the industry and related to the secondary ticketing. Therefore, we were able to create a selling policy that allows to curb or prevent the secondary ticketing market. This is not the only solution available, and it shouldn't be. It is a good solution, and it should be integrated with other practices. The main problem is that we don't have knowledge of the financial transactions happening in the ticketing. In convention with the fiscal authority, we control the companies issuing the tickets, Ticket 1 and all the others. So we know what happens, and we observed that all the data on the ticket sales can be available in real time. For any event, the previous day, we know how many tickets were sold and also the time to the minute of the ticket sales. So we checked the sales frequency in different periods of the year and also in different time ranges so to understand where the sales peak occurred. Then we studied the secondary ticketing platforms and their activities. There is something that doesn't work if we compare the data. I really appreciated what I heard. In fact, I agree with the previous speakers who said that a user can be prevented to attend a gig. So those buying tickets today, fans that want to go to a concert that is in 6 months' time, should be able to get a ticket. It's crazy to think that you cannot go to a concert in 6 months' time because tickets are finished. Unfortunately, what we are not able to do is to follow the financial transactions. In fact, we have all the details of the tickets to the time, minute. If we add also the financial transaction, we could understand who bought the tickets. It sounds very simple, but it's not. Over time, we try to raise awareness and to make proposals to find technical solutions that in a very short time. But then, when the ticket sales started, like this summer, everything, the story repeated itself. So we changed our approach and we started to report all these actions to the authorities. You know what happened in Rome for the Coldplay gig. In the process, we saw the Linea TV show in November that raised even more awareness, and then in December, the judge declared this practice as illegal if it is an organized action. So this is already something that we got. Then we sued Viagogo because they are selling tickets that don't exist. And we are referring to the Vasco Rossi gig. Then we banned Viagogo from communicating to the fans because Viagogo was saying that on this website tickets were available. So we sued Viagogo, but you know that we cannot solve the situation by placing an official warning to the judges. We need to take the secondary market back to its origin, so a marketplace where fans that cannot attend a gig are able to sell their tickets or exchange their tickets with someone else. I see many young people in the audience, but those who are slightly more mature remember that there were touts outside the concert venues selling tickets, and so they still exist, and they've always existed. Actually, there are very complex dynamics that should not be underestimated. There is a scam, and this is what it is. This happens because either the organizer is managing a secondary website, or there are private individuals or organizations that can use bot or other softwares to bulk buy all these tickets. In fact, in the US, in 14 December last year, they were able to pass a law against the bot. I don't know how can you do that, because you can even be standing in a tax heaven and start this activity. I don't know how we can do this in practical terms, but I agree that this is an underground phenomenon. We verify that when there is a sale to the public, tickets vanished in 25-30 minutes. It's true that the official ticket websites have got a great potential. However, it is strange to see that a large amount of tickets are already on the secondary ticketing websites. How can this happen? This is what we are investigating right now. I appreciate the message we're sending out today, that is to team up, to cooperate, to find solutions. I'm not rejecting any proposals or any solutions. We need to find more solutions different from one another. Soon, on February 2nd, the committee of the chamber in Italy is going to meet, and we will bring our contribution to the decree against secondary ticketing. But we need the commitment of all the players in the industry. Today, I heard about the Code of Ethics, and I think that is a crucial tool. However, also the policies that we are promoting is a valuable attempt to prevent or at least curb secondary ticketing. We are trying, and if we are successful, we would like all the players to leverage from our experience. One thing I would like to stress your attention to is communication, raising awareness, especially among the fans and the users. As you probably know, we have an email address, secondary ticketing at ci.it, where we gather all the reports. A lady reported that she went to Viagogo 2 days ago to buy 2 tickets for the Vasco concert. And the website was at a pop-up with a message that only 1% of the ticket is still available, so she hurried to buy her own ticket. Then she surfed the net and found out that the actual sale will start on the 27th, so she sent us an email to see what she can do. She tried to get her money back from Viagogo, but she only received a generic answer, and then she tried to see if there is an official way to get her money back. You see how deceitful is the message that you receive from this platform. A further point I want to make is that we need to communicate in a more clear and better way. Collective imagery thinks that you will surely find tickets on secondary ticketing websites, whereas it's almost impossible to find tickets on the regular website. We need to change this approach. So, gathering communication with laws and sales policies and the code of ethics will create a package to fight secondary ticketing markets. Thank you, Mr. Minzi. The last guest today is the person who can best describe what's happening from an institutional point of view. We have Brando Manifei at a European Parliament for the PD, the Socialist and Democratic Party in Europe.
I want to thank you for having me. I'll keep it brief because it's almost lunchtime. I'll just talk about my contribution to this debate. First of all, thank you for involving me as a representative of the institutions because, of course, I'm a European PM, but I'm also a guy. And when I was a student in Bologna, I studied abroad in London. And part of who I am, my culture, my musical culture was created through live concerts, which I could take part in and see. And I was happy to do that. Today, we have technologies and specific mechanism that didn't exist in the past. They are more and more sophisticated, and there are intermediaries. And I'm talking specifically about bots, which is something that we already touched on. There's the risk that fewer and fewer young people have access in a fair way to the correct price, to the same opportunities for live concerts than we had. This is what we need to think about. I'm not a politician, so in order to further change of legislation and to carry on with this project, I need consensus from the people. And I think that we get there with things like this, events like today, where we compare different interests. They're all part of the same issues, part are sellers, artists, consumers, and I think it's important to focus on this for the consumers, the fact that it's not just a matter of artists and resellers and platforms. It's about accessibility to the live music event for everyone and every citizen. I believe we can build on this topic, as of course we saw from a number of discussions here. We can raise awareness, we can build attention from people here in Italy, but in all European countries and further. It's important to raise awareness because in Europe and at the European level, we could do so much more than what we've done so far in order to protect artists, resellers, the industry in general, and all the roles up to the consumers. I think we could do more because as of today, we have laws and legislations, and I'm going to go into details and talk about the technical aspects. I'm available for all of you and all the people who took part here to talk about single aspects and continue talking about this. Today, we have two directives, one from 2005 and one from 2006, that we can use to protect the supply chain and the industry of live music. What is the problem when we try to apply these directives, and where could we do more? This is what I would like to talk about. This is my contribution. What we could do more with the existing regulation is to identify intermediaries that try to be identified as neutral platforms, as operators that actually do what was discussed earlier: fake sales, scams. We they even try to make people believe that the organizers of the event are selling these tickets and not the intermediaries. These things are prohibited by law. This is a directive. It's not a law that can be directly applied, but it needs to be adapted in every country. I think that's a first step. Of course, the change in the stability law is important. We need to consider the decrees and see where this legislation goes in order to protect consumers in the best way. I think there's also a topic to identify the subjects. We need to prevent for the existing legislation to be not followed. Of course, we could have it at a national level a mechanism to protest and report this to the authorities through the operators that pretend to be neutral operators but actually post illegal content because of fraudulent sales and scams. There is a European existing law that allows for this, but it's important to apply this at a national level. This is not something that Europe can do, but this is something that the single states need to do and enforce so as to self-preserve and protect the work of people in order to reinforce ethics, cooperation between consumers, authorities, and original sellers. Because, of course, there could be a partial agreement, and of course, there are ongoing investigations between the original sellers and the secondary ticketing platforms. Is something that we need to talk about and we need to be strict about. But in terms of what already exists, which we've seen from some of the and heard from some of the discussions today, I think I just want to go to the point. We could do more. We could definitely do more because the European Commission has had investigation, and there are legislations that protect online marketing and selling and this sort of activity. But we need for some operators to be included in the categories that need to respect these specific laws. The Commission responds on the basis of the legislation that the European Parliament and the states have given as a result of their dialogue and discussion. If the European Parliament, and I can tell you that we are sensitive and we understand this problem, because the European Parliament pays more attention than governments to consumer rights because of obvious reasons. We're directly elected, we care for individuals in a different way that governments do. This is something, a dynamic that just happens in any legislation, but governments need to want to enforce the legislation, and this could be done in two fronts. We have limited knowledge, but we have two sources of the two laws of the European Parliament that can be applied, but the governments need the majority need to be in agreement to have protection laws. We need to protect the internal market and fair competition, because today these legislations, if we talk about applying existing ones, need to be national applicable laws and strictly national laws. There are no European bans to speculate and gain on such transactions. So we need additional national laws. We saw France and Belgium, and we discussed the UK earlier, but what happens? There is a single market, so these platforms just move. We have sales from Spain or the Netherlands with the same system, so there's a contradiction in terms of online trading. We have a single market, but the norms and the regulations to protect against fraud are not uniform and are not equal in every country. So I think we need to continue what you started today, because by raising awareness around this, you can pressurize and put pressure on us. And of course, as I said, we're already on the same page on this, but to your national governments, because the European regulation can be approved only if the majority of the European Parliament and the majority of the national government can agree on the law. So I don't want to get into how regulation works. I'm available for you all, and in the European Parliament, we already agree, and there's consensus about this, and we are willing to more comprehensively act against this, because this is about having a complete single market also online and for online trading, which is the main element for this environment. Part of the legislation cannot be up to national governments, because as you saw and as I said, more stricter norms can be easily overcome with a single market just by moving to another country. We need a European legislation that is stricter, and we need to use the existing directives better in the ways that I mentioned earlier. As I said, I'm available to work with you. The topic is very important, and I say this because I think that it's right for everyone, young people, not young people, everybody, to have the same fair opportunities that I had when this phenomenon wasn't as deep as it is now. So as to have access to live music, which I think is a common good that we just need to protect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Brando Benifei. You heard all the members, all the stakeholders of this industry, and it's a circle, as we saw. And you heard that by listening to the messages from the artists, and even Elio said this, secondary ticketing could be stopped tomorrow. If all of us who go to concerts, and of course we're here because we do go to concerts, if we stopped buying secondary ticketing, it would just vanish. Of course, some are not aware of this, so maybe they stumble upon these websites by mistake. But a lot of people in the public go there willingly. So, of course, it's perfectly natural to want to have what you want. But doing it in this way, it's not right. So thank you. You can have lunch now. We'll be back at 2:30 p.m. with the round table. Thank you.
And let's start the second part of this conference. A couple of remarks. For those who just joined, I summarize what happened this morning. We had a wide range of participants, from artists who are directly involved in this topic to a member of the European Parliament and other representative of the institutions and all the other stakeholders. Today, in the afternoon, we are resuming our talks, and I remind all of you and all the participants that we have a streaming feed on Radio Popolare, Rock Hall, and Barley Arts websites. So this conference is followed from foreign countries too. So we had international attention from players from other countries. I would like to thank the organizers. So this afternoon will be different than this morning, where we had some speakers. This afternoon will be a sort of discussion, and also the audience can take part into the debate. A little remark I would like to stress. This topic is very interesting not only for the audience. We have an hashtag no secondary ticketing that is ranking at the first positions. So we start right away, and I would like to invite on the floor the first representative that is going to deliver also a speech. His intervention will be crucial to deep dive into the conversation. So Stefano Rosa, lawyer, expert in contracts and business advisory services. We will start to point out with him the drafting of the code of ethics related to secondary ticketing. Good afternoon. I am a lawyer, but before being a lawyer, so 16 years ago, I went to a concert and I wanted to remain in this industry. I'm still in the industry and I hope I can continue my work in the future. And I would like to continue supporting Claudio Trotta and all the other stakeholders who wish to radically change the practices underway. The topic of secondary ticketing, of digital touts that were under investigation, is an accessory part of the system regulating the social environment. Society today is apparently avoiding ethical principles, or it is pretending that they don't exist. However, it is not intervening. The respect of economic principle means profit. On many respects, this is important because money and power are part of the human nature. There's nothing wrong with it. However, sometimes we can have something different prevailing, which is characterized with a moral aspect and is not subdued to the rules of an ever-evolving world, which showed that can affect our lives and even obstacle our daily activities. A clearer example is the financial crisis, which developed over the few years. This is due to the greed of banks and strong powers. They had a privileged position and they opted for profit at any cost, affecting social policies and the market balance. This created a distortion on the market balance. So the idea of a code of ethics stems from this lack of balance. As ancient Greeks used to say, and as I'm from that country, I always refer to the ancient Greece. Ancient Greeks used to refer to the lack of rules that led to the creation of democracy. We always need to remember this. Whereas the Italian legislator and the European legislator and legislators around the world are trying to set up rules to balance the market, we need to follow the same path in order to redress the distortions that we are witnessing. The Code of Ethics include rules clearly at legal level, but also ethical principles. When you have some time, you can read about this. You will realize that the main ethical principles basing our code is the following. There is not an absolute rule. There is the need to take on responsibility and to commit against secondary ticketing, because this will lead to inflated prices and scams against consumers and organizations that are in the entertainment industry. Either I actively participate in the secondary ticketing, allowing this organization to take advantage of this practice. So these organizations are taking advantage from this to the limit of the abuse. If there is not such practice, we can have the competition rules respected. However, if there is one or more organizations that can exploit resources that are unethical or unlawful, then they will have a leverage that is not legitimate. They can use the extra resources to get better artists. They can use these resources to get better venues or facilities where to organize the shows, and they will enjoy leverage compared to the other organizations. So we are disrupting the competition. That is why the Code of Ethics, which is a programmatic document, and it's not a rule, that requires to fight this practice. We want to promote this ethical principle. Well, when we wait for the legislators to create rules and laws, we know that different countries and different cultures will have different approaches. It's not easy to have the same rule enforced in different countries, but the excellence of value can be the uniting principle. If we correctly assume that feeding and exploiting the secondary market, including other practices like fiscal violation and tax breaches, we should be the first one to reject this practice and to consider them as offenses. In this case, we don't need to wait for the legislator to create a law. Now, the Code of Ethics has a symbolic value, but it can be very important. This morning, someone mentioned that we would need to be braver, we would need more transparency and clarity. Where are the artists in this? Where are the national producers? In a few minutes, we will have here Asso Musica, one of the main representatives in the music industry. In the audience, we have professionals and experts representing other organizations and associations. We also have the contribution from companies and organizations. We had speeches on electronic ticket agencies. We saw the way they work. So we have representatives. We have the promoters here. So we are all here. But before all of us, there are the consumers, the audience, the fans, our children, our teenagers that are going to concerts as we did. They shouldn't need to imagine that there is something in the background preventing them from enjoying a concert or going and enjoy the emotions provided by music. Our kids cannot go there knowing that there is speculation, that the money they spent on a concert ticket could have been less, and it would have been fair to pay less. It's not acceptable that some people is preventing from going to concerts due to the price. Clearly, a balance between supply and demand is crucial. We need to make entertainment more accessible for everybody so that we can all enjoy the rights and the values. So we need to retrieve them. The Code of Ethics is available to you for a simple reason. It contains rules and also the commitment we took on. If the signing parties declare their commitment to respect ethical principles and fight these negative practices, then you also find the sanctions if the people are not going to comply with these rules. Let's not forget that we are living in a society that is based on contracts and agreements. I'm not trying to give you a lecture, but I just mentioned that everything is an agreement. A marriage is a contract. A purchase is a contract. And so the balance between the two parties needs to be there. So the contractual force of the Code of Ethics is crucial. The signing parties are signing a contract. They are taking on a responsibility. And as we lawyers says, if you breach a contract, you need to suffer a penalty. The sanction will be moral rather than economic. And so we are referring to the self-exclusion from the ethical values that should base the action of the artists and all the other stakeholders. We need to have music at the center of our attention. The emotions and what is sang by an artist should comply with their moral values and ethical principles. So we've paved the way with this conference. I present you the brochure. We refer to a philosopher, Bauman, that disappeared a few years ago, and he was the philosopher of liquid society. You can read Bauman's interpretation. So the particular interpretation of the term global and the glocal. What is global? What is global and what is local? We are referring to everything that can be happening, that can happen on the single territories, that can take place in the single cultures. We have many territories and many venues that can enjoy good music shows, but it will be more and more difficult to organize them in these conditions. So, referring to Bauman once again, the liquid society is the one that didn't see the action of the Greeks. Heraclitus said, Pantarei, everything flows. It meant that everything passes by. So it is inevitable to fall into oblivion. Everything, people, companies, flows not to fall into the oblivion, but only to transfer experiences to the other people in order to avoid accelerations or to avoid obstacle to this flowing. We need to find the right speed, a comfortable speed allowing us to surf the wave. So I would like to leave the floor to the other guests. Thank you.
Ospiti dalla tavola rotonda che
Here, I'll leave the floor to the guests of the round table, starting from Sergio Battelli, who's a deputy for the Cultural Commission, Paola Savio, who's a lawyer, criminal lawyer, Giampiero Di Carlo, who's an editor for Roll Call and one of the media partners for this Congress, Massimo Cotto, who's a writer and musical journalist for Virgin Radio as well, Vincenzo Spera, who's a promoter and the president of Asto Musica, and Anna Maria Stein, who's an expert in terms of competition and antitrust. Nicoletta Rizzato and Stefano Bueri were meant to be here today, but unfortunately they couldn't. So they send their apologies. Since we started to introduce the Code of Ethics, the statutory Code of Ethics, I would like to continue talking about this, about ethics. And to make things easy, since I'm a journalist, I would ask Giampiero Di Carlo to speak first, because he can give some remarks about the Code of Ethics. And I would also ask him to comment on the ethics of information. We know the problems, how the newsroom works. There are fewer and fewer people. They tend to use press releases more so than any other forms of communication instead of articles, for instance. So I would like to start there and maybe talk about this, which is something that we deal with professionally every day. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the question. It's very interesting. Let me take a step back. It might be interesting for me to talk about secondary ticketing or the ways that we can prevent scalpers in the music industry. For live entertainment, secondary ticketing is in the main phase. What happened to the music industry a while ago, and a lot of you will remember, was the Napster phenomenon, which is similar to what's happening now. What do I mean? There was a type of technology that was coming a long time before regulation. And that's how a situation came to be, which was very complicated to control. The industry reacted to it in a very unregulated way, and with different initiatives. We heard this morning, and at least this is something that I understand, that this is not just a technology problem, as some like to say. Some people like to say that the solution would need to come from technology because technology is what caused the problem, because technology made secondary ticketing a mass industry. But what I understood is that the solution needs to be from technology, of course, but also in terms of regulation. And as I think we're here to do now, it's an ethical problem too. As far as I'm concerned, and I know Claudius, I think he wanted different representatives, different stakeholders from the industry, and I'm sure he would like everybody to talk about their own field. I'm from the media, and as I was asked, there is an ethics problem that has to do with secondary ticketing. We're all running the risk, the media at least, to fall in love, so to speak, with this problem and to use it to gain visibility for ourselves and to surf the wave, so to say. In the past 2 to 3 months, ever since we saw the Leyene show, it was all the media and all the articles are about scandal titles, and they're sort of empty of content, and they care about the titles but not about reality. I could go on and on with a number of examples. I won't, but I can also say then when we had a press conference with Ferdinando Salzano after the Leyenes show, a lot of journalist colleagues called me and they were surprised about this because they felt something big coming, but they didn't know what this big thing was. And I appreciate them being so humble as to ask me about it. But a lot of people right now are just appropriating secondary ticketing as something to take advantage of. This is the this is the most dangerous thing that the media could do now, because we are just talking about it to gain visibility, and I would fight this, talking about the most essential elements. Secondary ticketing is a mainstream, has become a mainstream industry, has to do with culture, because it keeps the fans far from the music, and that's a problem because the industry never had the same perks that other fields gain from the authorities. It's an unlawful process, and it's up to criminals as well, because there's a huge amount of money that it's used to scam people. A lot of us think that it has to do with money laundering, and it's a front for money laundering as well. And even worse than that, we're here at a congress with the stakeholders from live entertainment and entertainment in general, and this damages the value of this industry because $8 billion are estimated, so 4 to 5 times the entire value of the streaming for Italian, or actually for the world, music, and that money doesn't is not reinvested in the industry, but it's drained. It would be good for the media to discuss this and explain the real issue without really trusting press releases that are all about the scandal and are not that don't give the details or don't go in depth. Thank you.
Sergio Battelli, deputato della
Sergio Battelli is a member of the Culture Committee in our lower chamber. 5-star movement. From your colleague from the European Parliament, today we heard that great attention is placed on this topic. It's important to have a legislation in the single member states to fight against this issue. Works have started because our culture minister pays attention to TV shows or because he has a particular interest in this type of topics. I'm wondering how is the process going on and what are the possibilities of having a law. Thank you. I appreciated the speeches this morning. I heard very interesting remarks. On the media, I would like to say that I belong to a political group that knows very well what it means to have media attention and media echo. After the Coldplay affair, we received attention from the parliament. As a political group, we presented a bill of law that is under discussion. Our proposal is including many of the aspects that were dealt with today from the speakers and the stakeholders. This being said, there is an investigation underway in the 7th Commission of the lower chamber. During the stability law, our government tabled an amendment, and according to my opinion and my political party's opinion, this is an acceptable step which attempted to put the criticisms at a halt. However, it is not a solution. In fact, as the CEO of CI said and other people said, we don't have the decree for implementing the law. And sometimes, especially in our government, this prevents a law from being enforced. This is why this law has not been implemented yet, because of the lack of the decree. As a political party, we submitted a more serious proposal. In fact, the government created a sanction that is for an offense that already occurred. Whereas, we need to regulate certain practices. So we submitted a proposal to the lower chamber of commerce, and our proposal is composed by two main points that we heard this morning too. First of all, we believe that to solve and eradicate the problem, we need to create nominal tickets. Vasco Rossi said that he's going to create nominal tickets. La Scala Theatre too is following this approach. I went to festivals all over Europe and there are nominal tickets everywhere. In the UK, there are tickets not only with the name of the buyer but also the picture. There are many things we can do, but as we wrote in our bill of law, and according to the first paragraph of our bill of law, we believe that companies selling tickets should create nominal tickets by law. There are organizations that believe that a nominal ticket is meaningless or too expensive or not working. But let's try and see. In the stadiums, it didn't happen. Also, the committee said that it's not working, but we believe that a nominal ticket can be a solution, and we know that is an approach followed by many other organizations. We know that the Museum Louvre in Paris has got a section on the website where you can resell your ticket. However, if we sell nominal tickets, we are eradicating the problem. It's useless to discuss about how we can do that, or if there are websites in some tax haven or in Switzerland. What we need to put on a ticket is the name of the person actually attending the concert. So you enter with a nominal ticket and your ID. We are not used to political speeches, but we believe that this is a tangible solution. Moreover, we are convinced that there are companies that believe that this is a very expensive and tricky approach. But maybe these organizations are not against secondary ticketing, because this is doable. There might be problems related to privacy, but in the parliament, in my 4 years in the parliament, I understood that you can do everything. You can regulate any situation. So today, if you want to go to a concert that has been officially purchased and regularly paid, you should be able to do that. We need to introduce nominal tickets by law right away. This is the crucial point to curb this practice. There are many other proposals that we can address, like credit cards or IT systems, the capture codes, or a bot. But we know that there are technologies that can overcome these aspects. But if you sell nominal tickets, what are you going to sell on Viagogo? You cannot sell a nominal ticket on a secondary ticketing platform. If you need to go to the concert with your ID and nominal ticket, then you have the problem solved. This is a way to solve this issue. You can always go around it, but let's try and start with this. Just out of curiosity, you mentioned nominal tickets which didn't work in the stadiums. Why didn't they work? In Turin, every other Sunday, there is a football match with 38,000 people attending, and it works. However, I heard someone this morning saying that stadiums are empty and this approach didn't work in stadiums. First of all, we have two different types of audiences, and then it didn't work because it was a nominal ticket. If you create a nominal ticket, then it won't work. The director of CI raised this point this morning. Touting when you go to the stadium or you go to the concert is something, but the physical touting of a person standing outside the entrance has got a very little impact, like 5%. Something different is a company basing an entire business on computer touting. So we are dealing with a massive phenomenon here. Cristina Trotta, Barley Arts. I would like to mention the difficulties related to nominal tickets. The soccer system now focuses on controlling those going to the football matches for security reasons. It's not a matter of ticketing. We as promoter or the ticket agencies cannot create nominal tickets due to privacy reasons, because only the officials can ask for an ID. Only the police officials can ask you for identification. Otherwise, security companies cannot ask for IDs. The system should be changed. I repeat that in the football industry, nominal tickets were created for security purposes. So to monitor the people who are attending the football match. It sounds banal, but it is a very different perspective on the system. This is also a reason why we didn't implement nominal tickets so far. It's not a matter of being more expensive, but it has to be regulated by law, and all the ticketing services should be changed. Well, I would like to clarify that security people at the door will ask me for proof of ID. My remark was just to mention that we might find a solution. I was referring and I was addressing the people who are drafting the law. I was referring to the legislative part. As for the legislation, we can find a way to implement this practice. If we're given the opportunity, we are going to pursue this approach. Anna Maria Stein, expert in competition and antitrust. I would like to answer to Mr. Renna. It's true that the nominal ticket should be implemented by law if we want it to be complied with by everybody. However, the legislation does not forbid the organizer from creating nominal tickets. Now it is an optional decision of the organizer, so you can use nominal tickets if you like. In fact, the La Scala Theater is using nominal tickets. It is not forbidden today, it is just not compulsory. This is opinion that we can share.
I was just giving the floor to Anna Maria Stein, who deals with competition and antitrust. This morning, we talked about the fact that secondary ticketing puts some of the stakeholders in a position of unfair competition, and that's clear to everyone. I wanted to ask you whether this code of ethics that we started to discuss could be useful and how. Good afternoon. I deal with a subject that's specific. It might seem abstract, but it's really something that we deal with every day as citizens, as consumers, as entrepreneurs, and as stakeholders of a supply and production chain. It's to protect competition and free market. Ethics is at the basis of everything, and I'm the first to say this. Ethics and the following of some rules that are, of course, necessary. The code of ethics is essential because it recognizes, and all the subscribing parties, all the signatories recognize this, and it's a commitment. That said, the right to competition exists, and there are also people who don't follow it and don't comply with it. There's the law and there's the abuse of the law. It's difficult to explain this. I hope I can do it in a practical way. There can be contracts and agreements that are perfectly legal, but this might be lawful in terms of ethics, because it creates an alteration of the market that's unnatural, and which in turn allows for access to this market by entrepreneurs, by the people who are part of this supply chain, and influences the consumer. So the role of the law to protect competition is to police and to protect these rights. Competition allows to grow the market, it protects the market, it favors the consumers, and it maintains the healthy balance of the market and the competition. So, secondary ticketing, we can talk about it. It starts from lawful use. I might buy tickets to go to a concert. Maybe I'm sick and I'm not able to go, and I can just resell the ticket. That's something that started out from the consumers, from the end users. You get a ticket to go to games, and that's how it started in the US. That's perfectly legal. The abuse of this is the problem, because that meant, and it caused an imbalance in the market because consumers don't really have access to such tickets that were sold at face value through maybe official resellers. But if the consumers want to have access to certain events, they are forced to spend certain amount of money. And those amounts of money are not fair. They're tickets that are sold by parties that don't actually offer the services. They just take the money, take the tickets, and resell them. The law for competition supports the ones who do services for the companies and for consumers and the whole cycle. So we started from the use and the right use, and we ended up with the abuse of this process. So there need to be laws that need to be updated because the world is changing fast. We have a digital single market, and it's changing even now. Even tonight we'll have different things than we have now. But healthy competition and market ethics need to be followed and applied. So we need to protect the end consumers. And of course, the authorities have done things in the UK and in Italy because consumers don't have free access anymore. They can just that's their only option. But we also need to see where this phenomenon comes from. Whether there's abnormal concentration, whether there are market restrictions in terms of entrepreneurs and stakeholders. If those concentrations are abnormal, it means that there's a market distortion, which is negative for companies and stakeholders and the customers. That's something that's not right. There's a violation of the regulations, and there are also ways that we can use to regain the right balance, to police these processes. And of course, we would need to implement some official regulations that are updated and modern. I heard interesting remarks this morning, which brought me back to my field, which is the law. Somebody talked about dynamic pricing. This dynamic pricing was created in the internet market. How you determine the fluctuation of the markets on website is done on the basis of demand and offer and how interesting and valuable the product can be. For instance, a flight ticket during specific bank holidays or ticket for games during certain times. There are algorithms that determine the fluctuation of the price, but the price goes up and it goes down. The flight ticket goes up and down. The ticket for a game goes up and down based on demand of supply and demand. That's normal. There are studies in the States that show that these fluctuations are in 24% margin because there are algorithms. La Spezia Calcio is a soccer team and they use dynamic pricing. So on Tuesday the tickets are cheaper. That's the trend. Yes, but dynamic pricing is a fluctuating price. It fluctuates around 24% up and down. That's what the Americans are saying. Sometimes the price ticket goes up and down. This is fluctuation in terms of it's a difference that we can see from the base price. That means that the consumer has a varied supply and it's changes. It depends on the moment and on certain market circumstances, facts. Whereas this morning I saw slides where it said that there was an increase by 90% of the price compared to the face value, which is the ticket price. That's something that, of course, doesn't work. This shows that there's a distortion. That makes me think that something's not working properly. And so we need to think about it. I think it's clear. There's a lawful use and dynamic pricing to go see your favorite soccer team. Let's not even talk about the soccer teams here in Milan because they don't use dynamic pricing at all. And then there's secondary ticketing where we saw an increase by 90%, which has nothing to do with dynamic pricing. That doesn't make sense. There's no fluctuation. And of course, it's clear that there's a distortion in the market, which shows and affects the stakeholders and the consumers.
Good afternoon. My name is Fiorello Cortiana, and when I was in the parliament, I dealt with music and digital issues. I think that dynamic prices is well targeted. However, La Spezia Football Club is using some commercial activities so to gain visibility. The low-cost fares are applying a similar logic. In fact, I buy my ticket with a dynamic price from the manufacturer, from the producer. Here, the price is made by the artists and the promoters. What I'm asking to you, now that you are going to deal with the antitrust experts, is the following. We are not intervening on the price decided by the artist and the producer, but what range of increase can we allow and what accountability can we set? In fact, we are jeopardizing the financial aspect without prejudice to the nominal tickets. I'm interested in saving the cultural differences from homologation, especially preventing crime and organized crime. if we set a range of increase, then we give the right to increase the price of the ticket only to those selling the ticket. We cannot allow secondary ticketing players to fluctuate the price. So this morning, Claudio Trotta addressed this point. If we set the price and we block it, we reassure the consumers and we stop all this practice underway. Then there might be additional legislation issues. So we would like to keep this issue on hold. On some websites, there was a problem of dynamic pricing. However, I repeat, it was a limited problem, and there was a multiple offers and multiple bets by the consumers. You decide to what you want to spend. You risk to set a very low price, but this is my risk, my choice. Giampiero Di Carlo from Rockall. I appreciated the intervention from the audience. So, without prejudice to all these remarks that have been mentioned, I don't believe that dynamic pricing could not work in music as well. You maybe have already realized that 2 years ago, in the States, during the X Factor tour, every time we got to a city, there was a tweet from the organization lowering the prices of the tickets. So I wanted to stress that there is a potential for dynamic pricing, and this is an healthy approach, as La Spezia Football Club is doing, and also Bayern Munich is doing by selling tickets on a resale platform that is controlled by the football club. And in fact, they are threatening the fans not to allow them to access the matches if they are misbehaving. This might be a way to increase the attendance to a show that is maybe selling very low. Vincenzo Spera, promoter and president of Asso Musica. Before your speech, I would like to remind all the people following us in the streaming what is Asso Musica. Thank you for inviting me here today. I would like to address the point you made on the media and the promotion activities. Asso Musica is not using a suitable means of communication, probably. So it's the case to clarify some elements. Asso Musica is an organization established 20 years ago. We gather producers and organizers of live entertainment shows, and we are representing 80% of the Italian turnover in live entertainment. So we are an association working and cooperating to create regulations that are related not only to the association members but also to all the stakeholders, so the artists and all the other stakeholders of the music industry. We would like to protect the work of all these people so that we can have a live show that is lawful. We shouldn't emphasize the secondary ticketing problem too much. Out of 3,500 concerts organized by Asso Musica members last year, only a few of them were affected by secondary ticketing issues. I don't want to make any excuse. I want just to stress an important point, that is losing track of the fact that live music involves the soul. It is emotion, and emotion should not be prized too much. It should have a balanced price. There should be balance between those experiencing these emotions and those creating these emotions. So please think of music not only with reference to the secondary markets, because we are forgetting what's important. Maybe the Parliament will implement a law allowing to regulate an industry that is not regulated enough right now. Secondarily, we are committed as an association. We've been committing in the last 2 or 3 years, and we have been cooperating with other associations in France, for example, where the secondary ticketing problem is very much felt. Asso Musica has recently officially created a European association gathering the main German association, Asso Musica, and associations from Eastern European countries. We want to pursue our approach with the cooperation of these associations. Professor Watson was appointed by the British government to study secondary ticketing. He produced 400 pages that presented and submitted to the British government. This means it is a difficult topic to tackle, not only in Italy but at global level. In fact, we can curb this practice, but it's impossible to solve it without international contribution. We Italians are very lucky. In fact, the media and the press in UK, Germany and other countries echoed news on secondary ticketing very much. I was congratulated by many colleagues for the budget law that was approved here in Italy. Probably the press and the media don't know, but the amendment was tabled by Asso Musica even before the budget law. That is to say, 22 October 2016 in Law 193 by the PM Florio and Vannucci. The amendment, however, was not approved because we didn't have a Linea TV show yet. So we have reaction only after media attention is placed on the topic. After the media attention from the TV program, our amendment was amended, and then it was able to be included in the Budget Law 2017. It provides guidelines and a decree for the implementation of the law. From the MIBA legislation offices, we received an email stating that by the end of the month or beginning of March, the amendment will be approved and enforced. I wanted to stress the action of Asso Musica in this respect. Paola Savio, a lawyer in criminal law, we heard about the code of ethics and we said that it's just a code that is signed at voluntary level. It includes sanctions, but it is the witness of a commitment. What is the actual value of this code of ethics?
As a criminal lawyer, I think I can answer this. And the commitment you make when you sign this code of ethics is just a civil commitment. I think that accepting a code of ethics has a different meaning, which is about being united. And I saw this morning and I heard it from everyone. They say that we need to stick together and work together because there are a lot of interests at stake from the same industry, and we need to come together because some of the people who are part of this industry might actually be the snake in the yard. So we need to, artists and promoters and organizers need to come together so that the code of ethics and the ethics principle that should be always applied is actually applied. In terms of criminal law, the code of ethics offers some inspiration, so to say, but not actual rules that mean an immediate action and protection. What I can say, also based on what Anna Stein said earlier, and I talked to her before, what she meant, I think, is that in addition to legislation, the budget law does contain a paragraph that explicitly talks about this, and it means that we did raise awareness on this subject, which is very important. What I noticed is that raising awareness on this subject is something that we started to do after the problem came to the media. With all due respect to politicians, I think that the media attention is what will actually make them quicker and make them adopt the right regulations quicker. What can we do in the meantime, though? Because that's the main problem. Of course, I know that we all wish that something can be done quickly, but I don't know whether that's actually possible. I do what I say usually, and I hope so, of course. I don't mean to say the contrary, but I know that I was invited to understand and for people to understand whether there is something that can protect the entire system. When Anna explained that dynamic pricing is something that's tolerated because it allows for the market to stay within certain limits, I have to say that this rule, which is applied in a number of fields, does have a criminal equivalent because our system needs to find an equivalence between the civil and the criminal institutions. General rules are applied in general to any matters of the law. And so, what could be done from the criminal law exists. after what I heard this morning, and after talking to Stefano Rosa, is that there can be different types of things we can do. Definitely we can work on antitrust because there is a problem. We're deviating from the market, and I think the only answer to that would come by fighting the ones who are actually altering the system. There's an administrative answer. The copyright agency had some interesting initiatives, and they announced a new one today, a new judiciary one, to denounce some facts. We have to talk about it and make it public. And if there are harmed parties, we need to to make claims and complaints, and that's what happened. And then the third thing we can do is from the jurisdictional point of view. There are the judiciary and the public prosecutors are carrying out a number of investigations, and the active legitimation is something that we do have to present these claims, and we have the right for the market to be protective. There are laws in terms of criminal law that do protect the market trends and your industry as well, because you are part of the market, of course. The people who represent the primary market could be active parties, but and I think those are the ones who could act, because I don't think individual consumers could do anything, or artists either, because I think that besides the entire industry, we could see some consumers being affected by this, because if they accept to pay that price, they're accepting it, and they don't have the right to press charges for fraud, whereas associations can. They do have the right to do so. I realize that speaking about law is always very complicated, but there are tools that you can use. I think I'm very against mass media impacts, because I think they're very counterproductive or even harmful in some ways, and unlawful in some occasions. I think in this instance they had an essential role, and I think people finally realize what the problem is. In terms of criminal law, I can say that the existence of a criminal procedure against one person, because criminal responsibility is for a person, although in this case the entities could also be responsible, and so could companies, and I think this is what could be more useful, because you would have the tools to take down the websites, and I think that would be the most useful tool we could have. I think there are criminal law tools that we can use. Of course, it's scary to do so, but we need to wait for the government to take a stand and put in place legislations, with even the creation of entities that can incriminate and denounce secondary ticketing. I think in the meantime, what we can do is talk about it, complain, and I think that's what the copyright agency did, and they did it right. I think it's up to the judiciary to get the details about this and investigate, and of course they're the ones who have the right tools to do so. They can carry out investigations in digital matters. that's where the problems might come from. Maybe you can explain this to me, but it's not clear to me. That's something I don't understand. How tickets, if there's a certain number of tickets, different percentages go to different places in the market. I would like to understand how, in a matter of minutes, an entire chunk of tickets could go from the primary to secondary market, and that's what I don't understand. And I keep telling Stefano, I tell him that I don't understand how it works. I think the judiciary is investigating this. They're investigating computer fraud, and I think they're the only entity that can do it. Maybe the copyright agency could do something of to that extent as well, but that's the core of the problem. And if we don't solve that as of now, until we have reforms and new legislations, which of course we hope for, as we should, there are tools, but we just need to talk about it.
We conclude this round with Massimo Cotto, writer, journalist, and radio speaker of Virgin Radio. He's also the city councillor for culture. It's important in a territory like Italy to promote cultural initiatives from an institutional subject. This morning, we reminded that if a ticket costing 50 euros is sold for 300 euros, it means that the consumer might have attended 5 more concerts for 50 euros and it won't be able to. Good afternoon. The disadvantage of speaking as the last person is that all smart things have already been said. The advantage of being on this stage here is that I can see Vincenzo Spera's tie from a close perspective, and I really envy his tie. You don't become the president of Asso Musica for nothing. So I would like to spend my 5 minutes, that is the maximum time allowed for all of our speeches. I would like to underline a point that is clear to everybody, but I don't want it to fall it on the backside. It's true that secondary ticketing is an ethical issue, but it's not the only issue. It is not acceptable and not ethical to spend 1,000 euros for a ticket worth 50 euros. However, we have a snowball effect on the people towards music. This is the main problem that I care about as city councillor for cultural events and also as a music lover. In the entertainment industry and the music industry that is now living a crisis, I had the opportunity of living special moments when the labels were in better conditions. Now, music is suffering a crisis, and the live show is the driving factor of the industry. That doesn't mean that we have to sleep tight. We used to joke about the fact that once we were touring to promote the records, and now you are creating records to promote the tours. If secondary ticketing is affecting the passion of the fans, if we are putting in crisis the fans and not only the mechanism, this is very serious. The crisis is the proof of the healthiness of the system. We usually think about big bands, Coldplay and U2, but we need also to think about all the bands that are trying to make music with smaller gains. If we don't protect all the stakeholders, if we can't protect live music overall, we risk to have the entire system collapsing, and those who will suffer the most is not the big bands, not the big names, but the hundreds of thousands of people who are trying to make a living on music. So they're not aiming at winning a festival or ranking first, but if you are a musician, what you want is to make a living out of music, regardless of the amount of records you can sell. So to guarantee the healthy condition of the music system, we need to have institutions investing in music, which is a form of culture. We all here are not mistaken if we think that music is entertainment. It is a form of art, like theater and cinema. I'm lucky because I can decide as I am a city councillor. Every time I organize a festival or an event, politics come into play, and I'm not very good now at playing in this environment, but I accept that there is a minority of people asking for the numbers. How many tickets you sold, how many free tickets you gave out, how much the event cost, why did you organize this festival or event that was 150,000 euros and we only gain 100,000. Well, the advantage of culture is that it is a very immediate activity. It is difficult, however, to create a link between the money spent and the money gained because there is not a one-to-one relation. This is a banal example. If many people are coming to the city because there is an event and they fall in love with the city because they spend their time going to restaurants and sleeping in hotels and they decide to come back to the city 3 months later, that is not an effect that I can foresee. So 95% of the times, if a city council is organizing an event, it will not make gains. It may generate some returns because this is an artistic expression, so it is food for the soul, and there are different debates and different considerations for all the different cities about the returns that a cultural event can give. However, if a city is focusing on culture, it is a winning solution. This is a time to protect all the good things that we have. We need to protect the well-being of the world we care for. This is our commitment, which is not only an ethical commitment, that is just the first stage. However, there is a equally important aspect that will not make our life change, but it will improve our lives, and this is culture. Thank you, Massimo, for underlining a crucial aspect. As we reminded this morning, we are speaking about culture. So this is the framework we need to use. We are pending an answer, but I take the chance to remind you the following. This morning we had Brando Benifei from the PD, the left-wing party. Now we have a representative of the Five Star Movement, and this morning we have other institutions. So we have a varied representation of all the political parties. So we have a cross-parting political representation here. So I wanted to stress this point. So we give the answers so we can continue. We believe that the resale of a ticket for any bunch of reasons, like that you cannot go to the concert anymore, should be without increase in price. You should sell it at face value. Platform with primary ticketing should open a section of the website where the actual fans that cannot go to the concert can sell their tickets at face value. So you should not gain over a ticket. You just have to have the opportunity of reselling it if you don't have the chance to attend. I wanted to ask you a question, you with a beautiful tie. I agree that secondary ticketing was inflated by the media. However, it is an existing practice and it's not marginal or related to big events. We were referring to $8 billion in the market. We are talking about significant amount of money. I was referring to Italy, and I was referring at the fact that this is a global phenomenon that is not only related to the big names, and it is a practice that should be regulated. I completely agree with you and the fact that there is induced revenue from music. We always supported this opinion. Since we started in 2013, we submitted a bill that you find it on the Chamber of Deputies website about the induced revenues by the music. In fact, live entertainment, even on a small scale, can create additional value. And we should support and contribute to create this additional value. We looked around us because we did not invent everything. And we saw that there are rules and regulations that contributed to make the industry faster, like the Live Music Act in UK, the small gig that you have in a venue here in Milan or in a club in London generates induced gains. You go to the restaurant before going to the concert, you have the artist touring. I am from Genova, and there is not a venue where you can attend live music in Genoa anymore because there are problems related to bureaucracy, there are problems related to the intellectual right agencies, and I know that I started up with a big problem, but when we say that secondary ticketing is only related to large concerts, well, if someone with an average salary of 1,200, 1,300 euros is forced to spend all his money for a big band, he's not going to attend smaller bands' concerts. Good afternoon. I'm Lorenzo Lopez from Box Office Tuscany. We are a ticketing operator and we collect the crumbs that remain from all the big operators. Box Office Tuscany has been living with the crumbs in the last 30 years. We have a number of employees. We are a limited company that is completely Italian compared to other larger organizations that have bigger turnover scattered in other countries. Box Office Toscana, and I'm referring to what Mr. Spera said, we print around 1 million tickets per year. Out of this million, there are some tickets relating to big events, but most of the tickets relate to local theaters and local events, and we sell online with a structure that is very expensive. This is why promoters like Claudio or others never used selling organization, because you need volume and it is expensive. This was my introduction. My simple proposal is the following. In Italy, there is a regulation on ticket sale. You need to pay taxes. You need to certify ticket selling at official level so that you can repay the fees to the authors and the artists. Via Google and other sites are performing a crime. So I'm addressing institutions to create laws. I'm addressing the government, and Claudio Trotta explicitly addressed the government to act. And I, as an operator, would like to address the CI, Intellectual Property Agency, because they have to stop this crime when the face value of a ticket is 50 euros and the ticket is resold at 250 euros. There are 2,000 euros going to Switzerland, and Italy is not gaining. So we need to take down secondary ticketing websites, at least temporarily. I'm not really in favor of taking down sites, but let's find a way to have these organizations paying taxes on their gains.
The problem of taking down these websites, I just wanted to say something in terms of law. Taking down websites doesn't always solve the problem, and especially for us who have to find solutions and remedies, is not easy to do, because websites are new, so not all regulations include a provision that explain that their sentence is not just a fine, but it can be taken down the website because of some criminal fines that have to do with personal rights and a certain type of crimes. In this case, there are no regulations that explain that if they're committing tax evasion, that's not regulated because it's new. So there's Agicom, who is called for things like this. We have an authority to protect and ensure competition, and they have the right to take down websites like this when there are problems that involve consumers and their health and the market. I'm talking about, for instance, Chinese websites selling fake medicines. But it's not easy. Especially, how can you take down the website if it's in Switzerland? Of course, it's a technology problem. We could take them down in Italy if they're Italian websites. I agree with that. I deal with competition, but also with intellectual property. There are companies that do take down websites, and that's their job. That's not always legal, but it's possible to do it. When we saw Expo, and we had a problem with tickets and websites, and we needed to take them down, I agree that we should do whatever we can, but it's not always easy. We need for the legislators to take a stand and support this so that they can authorize the judiciary. In Milan, there is a very significant judiciary with computer rights, and so there are things that we can do. Hello, I'm Andrea Marcorici. I'm a lawyer. I'm the president of an association who promotes the rights of the musicians. We have 1,000 members, including a lot of the artists from ASO Music. I'm here to speak on behalf of the artists, not for individual artists. Of course, if they're here, they'll say what they think. Claudio this morning said that this topic affects everyone and that we should solve it together, and we're all in the same boat. The problem is twofold. There's a problem of regulation and lawfulness of the market, which is not something that I do. And there is also another problem, which is the consumer's trust in the industry. And I would like to talk about this because I heard today talk of where are the artists, why are they damaged by secondary ticketing, and this is complicated. It's about ethics, and a lot of my teachers at university said not to deal with ethics because nobody can ever be right. But we can talk about this, and I don't think we touched it this morning. If the artist is an author, they are affected by this because secondary ticketing means that you're not paying royalties to the writers. If they have a percentage agreement on the income from the show, they're affected because part of this revenue doesn't get even to the promoter. If, well, they're definitely affected because these increased incomes are not reinvested in the industry. But there's another specific element. We've heard about this from the media that there are promoters that told the press that the artists sometimes promote and pressure managers to use secondary ticketing so as to earn more money. This is an ethical subject. It's important because our association 4 years ago created the Code of Ethics for musicians. You know that within the for 2013 law, creating professional associations, since you cannot create professional boards at a national level anymore, any profession can self-regulate with a code of ethics and internal sanctions. Of course, we're aiming at that, so we can include more specific laws to sanction artists who we know are breaking the consumer's trust in order to further their own gains. But what would happen if it was clear, not just between the lines as we are doing today, but if we knew that Italian artists are promoting such initiatives, what Massimo said would come true. which is that people would lose trust in the whole industry, and that's why we're all in the same boat. Nicola was saying it earlier to his manager, but I think we are a musician association, and of course, we're condemning artists that have this sort of attitude because they're damaging to everyone. But there's another thing we need to consider, and that's the reason why we're still an active element in this debate. Secondary ticketing has unveiled the problem of ethics that has to deal with the whole industry, from the main organizers of the huge concerts. And if we want to deal with this, we actually need to start from the base. So the fact that there are more accomplices, it starts from the small venues, clubs, theaters, to the big events. Of course, I deal with musicians and I go to music venues, but in a room places they might have 30 concerts a month. And of course, they might charge you a cover charge because they have live music, and maybe some of it is not official. It's paid under the table. That's an ethical problem. It's not just about red tape. It's an ethical problem because the artists, in that case, are fully aware of what's going on. It's a problem that affects the whole industry. 2 years ago, there was a scandal on the media, which was talked about for a long time, when Franceschino talked about personal gains for private copies. And everyone said that they wanted transparency. They wanted to know how much people were gaining, how the royalties were shared with the authors. So if we're talking about transparency, we need to unveil and open the Pandora's box from the base. And if we want this signature to mean something on this code of ethics, we need an industry association that we all be a part of, and we're included in it and invested in it, and that's the only way, because otherwise the risk is what Andrea was saying earlier.
In questa filiera dobbiamo metterci anche i giornalisti?
Andrea, what do you think? What journalists would be compromised? Let's leave them as free players. Yes, we have to include journalists. I'm open to considering the inclusion of journalists with an official signature. Maybe this is not the right moment to do so. I don't know whether it was fully understood that secondary ticketing should not become something to make the headlines. How come that media are focusing on an international agency and make the headlines with U2? We sold over 1 million tickets in 24 hours. And the implied comment is, how cool. But then 2 minutes later, you have U2, 50,000 tickets sold in Italy. And then you think, how come the second headline? Why we need to conceal the fact that something wrong happened? Massimo very well what he meant. Artists have got the antennas. They are well aware. They need to set the direction. You know Chance the Rapper? It's a singer that is very much followed in the US. This artist in autumn went to a secondary ticketing website and bought 2,200 tickets, paying inflated prices too. He printed the tickets and he resold them at $45. It was a great gesture, and if I know about that, it means that rumors spread around. The point is that the artists know what is the damage. On the market, we are seeing a practice that is not illegal, but it's not good. As Chance the Rapper knew, it is a reputational damage that destroys the value. There are also practical consequences like VAT evasion and other implications. However, you break the relations of trust. In fact, the singer said, I'm rejecting this practice, I'm doing what I can, I'm full of money, so I'm basically giving you the money back. But I'm afraid that the trust that we built is undermined. I think that maybe a court will be more effective, but I don't think it's the case right now. Basically, there is a market that is acting in a way that is not good. So, with or without the Yen show, there are people, there are artists who are aware, and they are trying to find a solution. The solutions we are looking for is made of 3 steps. There is a legal and juridical step, there is a cultural step, and there is a technological step. And also, we need to raise awareness and speak about this practice. We need to speak properly about it. On this topic, we received inputs and we covered the topic of secondary ticketing even before it broke out. We will soon prepare FAQ, and we would like to manage them with a wiki method so that we can share it, we can edit it, and integrate them. We are going to create an infographic message too in order to explain to people what's going on. Then each individual can draw its own conclusions. I'm probably naive, but if this is a general topic for everybody, so the legal process will be very rapid. If there is a political willingness, then the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate of the Republic will move very quickly. We have acted very rapidly, and this is in inverted comma because it's always an institution. The policies that we have set forth are based on the latest facts. After the media buzz subsided, then the process starts to slow down. We are, however, submitting our proposal very soon. I don't know about the government, even including yesterday's events. We don't know what the government aims to do. We are going to participate in the investigations, and we are going to invite everyone who would like to join. We are going to set forth our stance in a very powerful way. I'm not able to give you any time frame, but this is not up to us. A meeting and discussions like today's can contribute to speeding up this process.
Good evening. I'm from Ciao Ticket, which is an Italian colleague from of Box Office Toscana. I wanted to clarify a couple things, especially in terms of legislation. You can you can see the details of the current legislation, which is clear in regards to automatic ticketing, especially in terms of the limits that apply to ticket sales. The regulation and the law allows people to change their name on the ticket, and that's the critical point that causes the ticket to go on secondary ticketing portals. Since that law is limited to Lega Pro Class A and B for soccer and football, and its aim was to stop the resale of tickets into games and to prevent some people to go to the stadiums if they had committed crimes or had violent past at the stadium. They could do so because the ticket was nominal. So those people whose names were on the blacklist couldn't get in, and they could also be investigated, and it was easier. That's a different aim and goal as to what we have here. Those are serious problems, and we need to take them seriously. Another thing I wanted to say is that we should start clarifying ticket sale, because if you try and buy a ticket on any platform that you try to do so, you'll see the price, the right for pre-sale, commission, administrative charges, delivery fees, a lot of numbers, and there's the option to hurt the consumer by confusing them when the famous right of pre-sale doesn't really have a right to exist anymore, because we know that that number is there so that the organizer doesn't have to pay for the royalties, but it's easy to set a price within the acceptable limits of transaction so that any platform can create those limitations and create competition. I heard somebody talk about the lack of competition. We know what those risks were. We know where that led. Maybe this will end, but there are a lot of promoters and organizers already that recognize in the different regions, for instance, in Tuscany or in the center of Italy, there are organizations that favor competition, and they try to prevent phenomenon like this. Of course, there are marginal events for events that have a higher demand than supply, of course. And we know that on the market, if these tickets have a higher price or higher sentences, we could quench this problem. And if the artist is so well liked, it's easy to add more dates to the same events or more dates to the tour or have the artist back the next year. I also wanted to say that our legislator, because of a severe mistake, we saw that in the 18 AP law has mentioned online platforms such as Viagogo, and what they're doing is very shameful. The subject of our criticism is an example that was shown by the legislator to the consumer, and that's just shameful. There was a case when Ligabue a couple months ago for a tour before the one he did in stadiums. He was doing a tour in smaller venues, and he went himself to sell tickets in person there, and there were a number of physical tickets, and those were the ones that were sold based on the amount that was available. And of course, none of those were on secondary ticketing websites, there are tools to prevent these problems. I think we have another question. Hello, I'm Stefano Bonagura. I'm a journalist, but I also worked in radio, television. I wrote about music, about what's behind the scene, and I organize and produced events too. I think that when we talk about a code of ethics that affects the whole industry, I think that's the right thing. I don't see why journalists wouldn't be involved. We're all in the same boat. I would like to take a step back. Besides the answers that Claudio Trotta gave a few months ago, this topic was brought to light when the Liene show came about. That means that information is actually the main element, because without that, we will be the only ones to know of these problems, not the general public. In order to understand exactly what goes on, you have to explain it in the right way, because consumers need to be educated, they need to be informed by the people who exactly know what's going on. Promoters, organizers, journalists, even the ones who know what's going on. Some of the journalists, and I'm talking about the code of ethics, and journalists should have their own code of ethics, and it exists. Some journalists are working in an unfair way. I was watching Matrix yesterday, which is an Italian show, and in the show, in order to explain how much Italy has decayed in the past few years, there was a call, a 911 call, at the hotel that was affected by a Red Brigade's attack, and they showed that phone call from that moment, and I don't know whether this is something that is appropriate to show on TV as an information show. I know that my questions may have nothing to do with one another, but I was wondering whether a journalist who does this job can go on a show, on an important show, which might not be on prime time, but still it's very important. Do you think that that's ethical? I don't think so. And we need to say this. Guests of shows are respectful of the fact that they're guests. They might not speak their mind. They might not say that a journalist doing this and showing these elements is not working in a fair way. That means that the level of ethics and morality all over the world, as the lawyer was saying earlier, is much lower now, and we need to fight against this. And then specifically dealing with music, of course, we need to explain these things in the right way. And information can do a lot, so journalists can do a lot to help the users and ourselves understand what's right. If we don't do this, I think it will be a bastardization of our culture.
I think that partially Giampiero's intervention has provided an answer. Clearly, we have to be involved in an agreement and in a code of ethics that is related to the entire industry, because we are part of it. If our guests on stage have no more to add, I would like Claudio Trotta to join us here on stage. I took the honor and responsibility of concluding this meeting that I would like to define in a word like wonderful. It was wonderful to spend an entire day here with people here, with people in streaming from Italy, the UK, and other countries. People were able to participate all together in a discussion about one of the most wonderful things in the world, music. Music can make you feel good, can make you laugh and cry and fall in love and suffer and work. Music should be protected. This is the first thing to mention. It was wonderful that we were able to do this way. In 2015, when I went to the public prosecutor's office, I found support from the officials. I found them available to listen to me. I would have never thought that all the events would occur as they did. I want to underline that our society, our community is positive. There was a charges that I pressed to the prosecutor's office. Then the Guardia di Finanza, the tax police, received my charges as well. Then the events related to the Coldplay concert and the Linea TV show created more buzz. CI, the intellectual property agency, also brought a action before the court. There were 2 lawyers from the association fighting against 15 lawyers on the side of Live Nation, and CI was the winning party. This reminds me of something which happened a few years ago with the music labels, and let's hold it for a minute. So, we submitted a civil claim that led to a result. Then antitrust authorities are acting. I was listened by the authorities for 4 or 5 hours. We communicated, we explained our work because, ladies and gentlemen, 20 years ago in 1996, when people created Asso Musica, why did they do that? Because they were doing a job that could not even be explained to their children. So, Dad, what you doing? It's difficult to explain my job. There were no identity in the profession. There was no knowledge. Today, we have it. We have to acknowledge what we have. We've been having an organized association for 20 years that is recognizable, that is recognized by the institutions, that enjoys rules, regulations, a code of ethics, regardless of the fact that it was not complied with, but it exists. 20 years ago, when we set up this association, and we need to clearly say what happened, we were very little considered. We didn't have a great relation with CI. We had to go to them and show tickets printed and pay the intellectual rights and the VAT in advance in case of sold out. We had to pay all the contributions in advance. We had to take the tickets to the resellers and sell them. We were controlled, inspected by the CI officials, and now we have the opportunity of controlling, and CI has got the duty to control. The tax police has got the duty to control and fight against evasion. 20 years later, we're still here. We are still communicating with institutions that don't know what we're doing. They don't know what is our job. We need to explain them and to the audience that we are the owner of the tickets. We are liable and responsible for selling the tickets. If we decide to give the tickets to a a reseller or another reseller, this is our decision. It is our decision whether the reseller should sell it in a certain way. How many tickets do we want to sell? If we want to limit transactions to credit card payments, if we want to dilute the sale over 1 week. It is our decision. And we heard today, we don't need to sold out in 1 day. We created the slow food. I create the slow music. We need to stop thinking fast. We need to think about quality. We don't have to rush. We don't have Guinness records to beat. We, the organizer, are the main responsible and players of this game. Together with whom? Together with the artists, the singers, the legislators, and those who need to have the law complied with. Many years ago, we had 6 or 7 sisters, the major music labels. Maybe some of you is too young to remember, but let's talk about Italy. We had the TV ticket. What is it? They invented the TV ticket for the mere reason that they were advertising on TV, and so the record should be more expensive. But you could say, what do I care? I want to buy a record. And you decide to advertise on TV. Why should I pay more for it? There was a little label on the record saying TV ticket, and the record was more expensive. My dear friend, lawyer Visco, won a cause for a small label on these topics, on unfair competition topics, and the unfair practice of TV ticketing. The 7 major labels were releasing albums and not CDs, albums which were more expensive. This is meaningless. It makes no sense because the album comes after live music. It is recorded afterwards. Live music is as old as mankind. But the album is like a young man. Why should an album cost more than a live show? Live music is not the same all over again because one day the singer can perform better than another day, or a sound designer can work better on one day than another. There are people actively working, so it is irreparable as an event. And live music was cheaper than the albums. We still have the Italian lira, there was no euro, and we had tickets for 15,000 liras. And then we went into a crisis. We had a great scam of music where the CD cost more than the album and vinyl. Why so? There was no real reason, but labels could get away with it. Then they said that they invested on the medium for quality reasons. They tried with the mini CDs and they tried with all the different medias that you can imagine. They spent millions of dollars for video clips. MTV is one of the main responsible for the decline of music in the world. They're responsible because they had homologating models spread everywhere. They spent $1 million to make albums. You spent 18 months to record an album, and then the best names in music were able to record an album in 3 days. There were even the date written on the album. How many major labels have remained in the music environment? Maybe 2 or 3. Unfortunately, we are allowing the same mistakes to be made again. There are few organizations that are homologating the entire system in a negative way. We are close to make the same mistakes again. I would like to conclude. What shall we do? I believe that we need a multi-layered solution. We have to start from one point. Nothing is difficult if you want to do it. Nothing is impossible if you want to do it together. Do not believe to the bullshit that people say. It's not difficult to create a law. It's not difficult to apply a law and enforce it. It's not difficult to have compliance with the rules. We just need to be willing to. Audience and consumers are crucial because there is a widespread concept of illegality. I understand it is something difficult to say for a politician, but secondary ticketing and piracy are the same exact thing. At these foundations, there is the fact that you can download records for free, you can download movies for free. If you buy a ticket, you are closing a contract between those who are on stage and those who are in the audience, so that they can participate in something that will be lived together in the same moment. It could not be subject to fluctuations unless they are regulated. And the fluctuations should be more downwards than upwards. What shall we do? We need to act with legislation. European governments should be pressured to make clear and simple laws. Anybody who is performing like this should be criminally sanctioned, not with little fines. We need to raise awareness, we need to innovate, and probably we need to do this that I'm now showing on the screen. Maybe you shouldn't smoke in the picture or having that kind of face, but we need nominal tickets. There's no way out. We need nominal tickets with a traceability system, with your face on it, with all the controls and laws that will regulate this practice. We need controls and audience that is aware. We don't need fans coming to the concert and complaining about it. We are all part of the same system. So, today, to join this conference, you were asked to register. That was not made by chance, but it was the deep meaning of what I'm promoting. We need information, innovation, and nominal tickets. Thank you. We are going to hold another conference next year, but to talk about beauty, because we would have solved this problem. Thank you, everybody.
Always look on the bright side of life. Always Always look on the light side of life. If life seems jolly rotten, there's some